Imagine you did something awful. And I don't mean stole money from a friend or bullied someone in high school awful. I mean, imagine that you had done something unforgivable. Something that any rational person in the world would be disgusted by. Something that a person might describe as evil. Not just criminal, but malicious and intentional. Hopefully you don't have an actual moment in mind, and we're still playing in the space of imagination, but my hypothetical might work even better if you do. Now, imagine getting away with this terrible action, or putting enough distance between yourself and the affected parties that you might as well have. Maybe relief would be the initial reaction to your safety, satisfaction in having accomplished, or whatever it is you hypothetically accomplished, and getting off scot-free. But I don't think that feeling would last. Unless you were a truly unempathetic person, a real monster of an individual who takes pleasure in the suffering of others, there would be a moment, at some point, where the reality of your situation would dawn on you, where the guilt would creep up and settle itself on your heart and start to grow. Imagine waking up every day in a cold sweat, reminded again and again by your subconscious of the terrible thing you did, of the faces of the people you hurt, of the fact that your continued experience remains comfortable in spite of whatever discomfort or pain you inflicted on others. At a certain point, I think the guilt would become unbearable. What would you do to wipe that guilt away? To move on and maybe do some good for a change? Would you be willing to give everything up, all the most intimate parts of yourself and your history, in the pursuit of being free from your past? Maybe even in the pursuit of righting your wrongs? Memory is a funny thing. It's fragile, subject to manipulation, and somehow acts as one of the foundational elements of the human experience. The choices you make, the things you care about, the people you spend time with are all affected, in one way or another, by your memory. It's what gives context to every encounter you have, what informs the language you use while speaking, the reminder you use when deciding whether or not to follow laws or even simple social guidelines, and one of the most necessary elements to any type of personal growth. Having said that, I think it's pretty clear why so many of us find the idea of losing our memories so horrifying, because beyond simply losing your history and the faces of your loved ones, you're actually losing a part of yourself. You're losing the lens through which you've grown used to looking at the world and have suddenly been thrust again into the overwhelming confusion that I can really only relate to the experience of being a young child. When everything, even things that shouldn't be, becomes new and intimidating. There's a series that has captured this kind of fear and has been using it to terrify audiences for over 15 years. It's one of the most iconic horror game series of all time, and it's one that you're probably familiar with even in spaces outside of the horror field for how much content was created about it after its release. It's a series that, in one way or another, always has the same introductory hook, but that uses that hook in different ways depending on the entry. It's a series where the horror, or at least a portion of it, is laid out clearly for you just upon reading the title. Amnesia. Welcome to our new series covering every entry into the Amnesia franchise, one of the most influential horror game series of all time, with 4.5 entries released over the span of more than a decade. In tonight's video, we'll be covering the first and arguably most popular entry, The Dark Descent. I'll also briefly be mentioning its side story, Justine, in this video, though my focus will be on the main game. Like any other series where I cover multiple games in a franchise, I'd like to start off by outlining a couple of recurring tropes and themes that we'll be seeing during our journey into the darkness together. Stuff like memory loss playing a big role in the narrative. I mean, obviously this is where you have to start, it's literally the name of the game. Most Amnesia games, which are styled in the first person, open with us being introduced to a blank slate version of the protagonist, someone who is just as confused as we are about the situation they're in. It's a really handy tool for building tension and atmosphere and putting you and the person you're playing as on more even ground experience-wise. There are multiple different ways that our characters lose their memories, but the outcome is always the same. We, both the player and the character, wake up in an intense situation with no idea why we're there. That leads us to our next trope. Moral/ethical revelations. Remember earlier when I was talking about doing something evil then forgetting about it? This is kind of what I'm talking about. There are different levels to it, but just about every Amnesia protagonist is quote-unquote guilty of something, and that action, with some exception, usually plays a role in either why they have their amnesia or what their goal is going forward. Revelations about what your character did before losing their memory and how it relates to the plot are often spaced out across the game, sometimes delivered through notes or journal entries, other times in flashbacks or pieces of dialogue. The idea of knowing that you've done something wrong, but not knowing what or why, is kind of the mystery that keeps fans coming back to the games, and it creates a super compelling, desperate kind of horror gaming experience. Another element that keeps the fans coming back is a bunch of complicated alien bullshit. So, we'll get more into this as the series goes on, but all of the Amnesia games, despite taking place over the course of more than 100 years, exist in the same shared universe. A universe which hosts a number of weird supernatural entities that kind of have a hand in every game. It's very complicated and does more to serve the style and atmosphere of the games than anything else, but you're gonna get used to hearing terms like orbs, vitae, the mother. Don't worry, if it's not explicitly valuable to the actual playing experience, I'm not going to bother with it, because with this series, I'm more interested in the personal experience of the protagonists, and stuff like light and sanity management. A lot of spooky shit happens in Amnesia, and unlike most other horror games, just the act of witnessing it can have a direct impact on your mental state, and by extension, your playthrough, with the exception of one entry. Getting stuck in the dark, seeing something scary happen, or getting physically injured can all lower your sanity and make it so your movement is more difficult, you make more noise, or your vision is affected. And in a survival horror situation, not having complete control over your character can turn a tense situation into a potentially dangerous one. For this reason, the games tend to have you managing one or more light systems, whether that means lighting candles with limited matches, filling generators or lanterns with limited oil, or creating light through noisy means, a system which, if not approached carefully, can drastically affect your late game experience. This system is a little different in the game A Machine for Pigs, which wasn't as survival horror focused as the other entries, but your usage of the light and your ability to hide in the dark still have to be paid attention to. In the other games, though, you have to be smart with your resources. In the same way, you have to be smart with your movement, which brings us to our last shared element, running and hiding. I mean, the original Amnesia games are one of the all-time greats in the survival horror genre, the founding fathers of standing quietly in a closet while a scary guy walks past. It's all pretty traditional, having your light turned off, crouching, getting inside or underneath something. These are the weapons you tend to have at your disposal in these games, except for the one time where your weapon is in fact an actual weapon, but hey, it barely actually helps, and we'll cross that crumbling stone bridge when we get to it. So that's what you need to know. The cool thing about these games and how they utilize these recurring tropes is that they don't all do it in the same way, and some games prioritize certain ideas over others. These games aren't here to give you the same experience every time, they're here to give you unique experiences with shared common elements. But, having said that, and having laid out what to expect, I think it's about time to actually look at the game that started it all. We open with some chaotic dialogue from our protagonist, a confusing jumble of sounds and lines that introduce us to our protagonist for the game, a man named Daniel. He lives in London, on Mayfair, and he's desperate to remember these basic pieces of information. After that, though, it all seems to be a mystery. We wake up on the ground. It's August 1839. We appear to be in a castle, and obviously, we remember nothing. I'm already going to interrupt myself because, man, this is such a good hook to a game. You kind of forget with how long the series has been around and how much we've come to expect it as a staple of the plot, but this is a super compelling way to get you interested in the story. Not knowing who you are, what your goal is, why you are where you are, and knowing that the best way to find out is to start moving forward It's beautiful, simple and elegant. Lucky for us, there are no talking neckties to deal with or light bulbs to accidentally die to. Unlucky for us, there's a bunch of other terrible shit to deal with, so I guess it's time to start moving. Daniel is clearly a little out of it after getting up off the floor. Beyond being terrified of just about every sound and bit of movement he encounters, he also seems woozy and unbalanced, like he just woke up from some kind of drug binge, still a little intoxicated. It'll get better in a moment, but that kind of dizzy, motion sickness, breathing walls effect you're seeing on the screen right now, yeah, we're gonna be dealing with that the whole game. Buckle up. There's this weird liquid on the floor, tracking off in one direction. Alright, I guess with no other clues at our disposal, our best bet is just to follow the trail and see where we end up. This castle is old, disordered, and cold-looking. Doors keep blowing open, much to the terror of our mysterious Daniel. It could be the wind, but... God, my vision is literally swimming. What has happened to me? We find a lantern, after a little searching. Awesome. It feels like that's going to be really important going forward. These tinderboxes we have are nice and let us set up little checkpoints, little pockets of light where we can breathe easy, but obviously we can't stay in them forever. It's good to have something we can bring with us, even if we do have to pay attention to keeping it filled with oil. Oh, hey, a note. Maybe this will help us understand what's going on. I wonder who wrote it. Looks like it was... Daniel? Wait, I wrote this to myself? The note informs us of a couple really interesting things. I'll list them off as they're told to us. First, it looks like the memory loss that Daniel is experiencing is his own fault, something he did to himself intentionally. He's choosing to forget something, and obviously, we don't know what that is, but it's certainly ominous. I can't imagine he's choosing to forget something nice. Second, the Daniel from the past has tasked the amnesiac Daniel of the present to kill a man named Alexander Brennenberg, a man whose name is apparently supposed to invoke a bitter anger in us. Gotta say, nothing stirs in me right now, but maybe it'll come back to me later. Third, Alexander, that guy we're supposed to kill, is apparently in a place called the Inner Sanctum. A sanctum, for those unfamiliar with the word, can either be a holy place or simply a place of quiet retreat. Doesn't tell us too much about what's actually happening still, but it starts to give us an idea of what we might be getting ourselves into. We've been asked to head to a holy place of peace and murder an old man. Honestly, I make no promises. I'm not going to commit to killing an old man I can't remember, even if a past version of myself is telling me to. I will start heading in that direction, though, because, again, it's still the only clue I have right now. I suppose maybe if all else fails, I can ask this Alexander fellow what's going on, and then decide whether or not I want to kill him. Hopefully this inner sanctum isn't too much trouble to get to. Oh, one last thing I forgot to mention from the note. Apparently we're being followed by a shadow, something described as a living nightmare, breaking down reality. We've been told there's no way to fight back. Awesome! That's definitely not going to help with Daniel's fear of the dark, but it is a great sign to get moving, so let's do just that. We're walking down an alleged path to redemption, but we have no idea what we're redeeming ourselves for. And what kind of redemption comes from murder? A lot of questions very early on. Once we reach the entrance hall, the real game starts, and it starts with a memory of a conversation between two people, one of which seems to be Alexander, the other of which is probably Daniel. They're talking about the Inner Sanctum, Alexander's most precious chamber, which apparently lies past the refinery. Looks like the path is going to be just through that door. Awesome, this is going to be easy. What is that? A tough, organic-looking thing is blocking our path forward. Shit. What is this stuff? We have to find a way around it. Time to see what other places we can access and if there's a solution inside any of them. Oh, gross, this stuff appears to be on this door too, which sucks because it looks like that's our way out. Oh well, I guess our goal isn't really to escape right now. We'll go somewhere else for now. Might as well start with the archives. Okay, this spot is pretty nice. A bit of a break from the cold stone and drafty windows, but still definitely spooky. As we walk through this space, we're on edge. We're afraid of something, but there's no image to put to the fear yet. Just this vague, pulsating blob of anticipation in our guts, building with each strange event, ready to burst, but not till the tension is pierced with a reveal. Every door we open could be the one hiding a nightmare behind it, and we know that, but we have to open the doors anyway. Gotta keep moving forward, gotta figure out what's going on, gotta kill Alexander, maybe. There's some valuable information in this place, some more notes left over from the former Daniel. Whether these were intentionally left here for us to find, we don't know, but we get a little insight into what Daniel was up to before he came to this castle, whatever it's called. He was on some kind of expedition in Algiers, a city in Algeria, North Africa. He, working with the help of someone called Professor Herbert, found a buried tome, something related to a legend of Tin Hanan, whatever or whoever that is. His goal was to uncover artifacts to be delivered to the British Museum. I've seen The Exorcist, I know how bad of an idea that is. I guess that movie won't come out for another 134 years though, so I can't really fault Daniel for that. Apparently, while Daniel was exploring the tomb, he got trapped behind a giant stone slab, at least temporarily. As we find the note dictating the last part of his experience, the current-day Daniel begins to have a dramatic emotional reaction, and seemingly passes out and begins to have a minor vision of what he encountered in that buried tomb. A faint blue shimmer. Terrified and covered in darkness, he pulled himself toward the light drawn to it. He reached out and took the light into his hands. When he did, the light became much brighter and showed him what he describes as alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. Huh. Okay. We're getting a little more cosmic horror out of this Victorian horror than I was expecting. Kinda getting Bloodborne-y in here. Or maybe Bloodborne is a little Amnesia-y. Kinda doesn't matter. The point is, Daniel was pulled out of the tomb with a relic in his hands. After that little vision that he described and the flashback he had, it seems clear that whatever he found out there has to have something to do with the strange predicament Daniel finds himself in now. But unfortunately, this little bit of information acts as even more of a mystery than a clarification. What did he find out there, and how did it lead him here? We're definitely not in Africa anymore, that much is clear, but that's kind of all that is clear. Let's move on. Apparently, the shadow, whatever that is responsible for the state that the castle is in, with all of its collapsed hallways and destroyed rooms. If the shadow is powerful enough to do something like that, it's definitely worth being afraid of. Okay, a little more exploring, some light puzzle solving, and we find a key to the wine cellar. Alright, that's some kind of progress. We should head back and— oh, fuck! That was it! That was the reveal. What the hell was that? Was that the shadow? It didn't seem that big, but I only saw it for a second. Okay, it might be time to start moving around a little more cautiously. Before we check out the cellar, I'm kind of curious about this laboratory. That seems like a good spot to find something to get past the gunk. Okay, so there is something we can do. There's a mixture down here that we could make that'll hopefully break down that flesh wall thing. It looks like this Alexander guy was trying to make something called artificial vitae. A quick scan of my own Latin knowledge leads me to believe that vitae must have something to do with life. Is it some kind of health cure? Is vitae a medicine? I guess it doesn't matter. Alexander's failure is our success. We just need to put the ingredients together like he laid out in the note. Only problem is that the ingredients have been moved to the wine cellar. Lucky for us, we already found that key. Okay, let's check out that cellar. Who doesn't love hanging out in a cellar? We get another memory down here, but it's voices that we don't really recognize. It does seem like the Baron, who might be Alexander, might have poisoned some people down here, or at least changed them in some way. Spiked their wine. Okay, starting to get an idea of why the former Daniel might have disliked this guy. There are ingredients scattered all around the place, just like we were hoping. It takes a sec to gather them all, especially because we get concussed by a falling barrel during our search. Can't imagine that's going to help our memory much. Okay, so there's a note here by someone called Wilhelm that also gives us some valuable information. He was working for the Baron as a kidnapper for some reason, bringing men, women, and children to the castle, which we've learned now is called Castle Brennenburg. He might have brought more than 100, but it's unclear for what reason. We also do learn that the Baron, who, yes, almost certainly is Alexander, did indeed poison Wilhelm and his men. Wilhelm views it as a punishment, but we're still truthfully in the dark about why this was done. Okay, so Alexander is a kidnapper and a murderer. That seems a good enough reason for Daniel to want him dead, but that's still the weird part. What is Daniel's role in all of this? Why is he here? Does the light he found on his expedition have anything to do with it? It must, but we just don't have enough of the puzzle pieces yet. Oh shit, that thing is down here. We can avoid it by hiding in the dark, but that obviously won't work for long, as Daniel will start to hallucinate and panic. Gotta be smart, gotta be quick, and gotta be careful. It's not hard to avoid it, but the stakes are high. God, just looking at that thing hurts our sanity. Alright, since we've got all the ingredients we need, we can finally put them together and move past that gross, organic wall covering the path. We're coming for you, Alexander. Oh, Jesus, it's spreading. What is this stuff? Why does it hurt me? Does it have anything to do with that shambling grunt we've been seeing, or are they two independent horrors stuffed into the same scary castle? God, the stuff is everywhere. It's like it's following me. Kind of like Huh. Alright, progress. Alexander, here we come. Damn, it's really dark in here. Like, way darker than anywhere else. I knew that lantern was gonna come in handy. God, the thing is in here too. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I wonder if there's more than one of them, or if it's the same one every time. I haven't really taken the time to consider what it is, mostly because it's painful even to look at, but I do definitely have some questions. It almost looks human, but it couldn't be. Truly, what is this thing, or these things? Whatever, I'm not really trying to find out. I'd prefer to keep as much distance between this thing and myself as possible. There are more notes down here from the aftermath of Daniel's experience in Algiers. He was definitely left pretty shaken after getting stuck in the dark and returned to England, where it makes sense he would be from because of his accent. Apparently, he brought the artifact with him, that ball of light, but now it just appears as a broken stone orb, one whose pieces somehow won't fit together again. In fact, after measuring them, former Daniel discovers that the pieces are actually changing. He went to someone named Smith for advice, but I don't think it really helped. Again, I don't even know how to interpret this information, but it certainly means something. More exploration, more puzzle solving. I don't want you to think you're missing much when I gloss over some of the puzzles. They're pretty simple and are mostly 1 or 2 step processes. They don't really add anything crazy to the story, but rest assured on the occasion that they do, I'll definitely mention it. I would also like to briefly mention the title of this game, as it is a bit of a double meaning. I'll give you one of the meanings now, and we'll get into the other one a little later. The Dark Descent is a pretty accurate, literal description of the overall experience of the game. You spend a majority of the game in the dark, you spend the majority of the game heading downwards. I love when a piece of horror includes a journey into some kind of depths, because it adds this layer of claustrophobia, of separation from the daylight to whatever other kind of horror you're experiencing at any given time. It's scary being chased down a hallway by a monster, but it's even scarier being chased by a monster deep under the earth, because you know you have that much more space between you and your safety, if you can even return the way you came. Not every Amnesia game plays like this. I feel this consistent downward motion was very intentional by the creators. The next place Daniel ends up on his road to Alexander is the cellar archives, which very suddenly fill up with water. God, that water has to be so cold. I don't want to stand in that for too long. What the? Is there something down here with me? I can't see anything, but it's splashing through the water right towards me. I guess now I definitely don't want to stand in the water for too long. Fucking parkour, dude! That's so fun. Hold on. It's a good way to get around this thing, which doesn't seem to be able to leave the water. God, just another question in a long line of them. I don't really have time to ponder it, though. Every now and then I encounter a jump that's just a bit too long for me to make, and I have to walk through the water for just a second, and every time, I hear that thing booking it towards me. Why do so many things in this fucking castle want to kill me? Oh, maybe it's just hungry. It eats human body parts. Human body parts?! Damn, I was so focused on one horror I didn't even acknowledge the other one staring me in the face. Why are there cut-up human bodies down here? I know Alexander was having people kidnapped and clearly doesn't have an issue with killing, but what was the purpose? I don't have time to think about this right now. We've reached a water section with no parkour materials. That really leaves Daniel with only one option right now. Fucking run! Shit! Ugh. Made it. Fuck. Hey, this place isn't so bad. It's got a little light, that's nice. Also, a very weird fountain, but it's not the weirdest thing I've seen all day by a long shot, so I choose to find it soothing. There's an elevator nearby, one that we need to use to move forward, but doesn't appear to be working. We'll have to find the parts to repair it. The peace can't last. We have to keep moving. On to storage. And of course there's a monster down here. It's fine, we'll just do what we always do. Be sneaky. We gotta drill into some barrels to get the ingredients we need to make a bomb. I wish we could use it on one of the creatures that are following us around, but actually we just need it to clear some rubble. Luckily, the containers aren't very far away. Alright, bomb made. No sweat, at least some things are allowed to be easy. Okay, another memory. What the hell? It's a woman begging to be let go. Wonder if it's one of the kidnapping victims? I also wonder if the fact that I even have this memory of this woman's voice means that I was somehow nearby while she was begging for freedom. Did I help her? Or did I somehow have something to do with it? I'm going to kill Alexander, so I must not have, but why do I remember this? Boom! Man, I keep hearing her voice. She sounds so afraid. At the end there, I think I can hear her being stabbed. Someone killed her. Was it me? Am I a killer? The former Daniel seems to be confident that I'm capable of killing Alexander. Is that because I have practice? Okay, we found some rods down here. I think those should help us repair the elevator we found earlier. It's not enough, though. We need more tools. Time to check out the guest room. That shouldn't be too horrifying, right? Oh. Well, it's not, but it looks like someone tore this place apart looking for something. My slowly returning memories imply that someone was looking for a journal, for my journal. I must have been staying in the guest room then. I was a guest of Alexander's. Maybe during my stay here I realized the terrible things he was doing, and now that's why I have to kill him. Of course, that doesn't really answer the question of what I was doing here, and the more terrifying question of what role I played in some of those terrible things, but it's something. We find out from notes here that something appears to have happened to Herbert, the man Daniel was expeditioning with. Apparently, some sort of madness spread through the ranks of the men Herbert was with, and Herbert revisited the tome and pulled an orb out himself. Daniel finds this confusing, as he also has an orb in his possession, seemingly the very same one Herbert had been talking about. How could they both have it? Or is it that there was more than one? We find the key to the machine room, hidden behind a painting in the guest room. It seems like Daniel hid it, though like many things I couldn't tell you why. He seemed paranoid? And possibly for good reason. As soon as we find it, one of those monsters shows up and we have to hide. God, this is just classic. Who doesn't love hiding in random closets? The thing out there is strong. It must have bashed through the door looking for us. I still don't think we have all the pieces we need, so we better keep looking around. Perhaps the study. This feels like a game of Clue, but instead of the mystery being who killed this person, it's more like, why do I want to kill this person? Fucking more parkour! I genuinely can't tell if this is more or less dangerous than what we did in the water. I keep seeing these little tube things, talking about my love and Agrippa and a bunch of stuff like that. I don't know what these are. I don't really know what I'm experiencing, but it must have something to do with Alexander. Who is this guy? We must be in his castle, but how did he make his wealth? How long has he lived here? Where did he come from? Oh, good. We found another rod, as well as instructions on how to use it. With that and the key, we should be able to get this elevator fixed, finally. Alright, full disclosure, I'm going to gloss over a lot of the repairs down here. We're just adjusting cogs, pulling levers, matching certain areas to others. Just doing what we have to do to move forward. We do learn down here that after Herbert went missing, Daniel stole his address book looking for contacts who might help him better understand the orbs that he and apparently Herbert had found. He was able to make contact with someone named Professor Taylor, with a background in history who could give him a little insight into multiple cultural references that might have had to do with the orbs. They've been held in high regard by many people. Daniel also learned in his pursuit that a man he had spoken to for advice just less than 2 weeks ago had been killed last night. He felt oddly responsible, though he couldn't say why. Daniel sent many letters to different people in Herbert's address book, looking for more help, but didn't get anything too valuable, until receiving a letter from a baron in Prussia. The note simply read, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle." And it was signed by Alexander. Okay, so we've actually learned a couple super valuable things all of a sudden. The castle we're in must be in Prussia. The Baron is Alexander, and he knew something about the orbs that drew Daniel to him. What did he mean when he said he could protect Daniel? Protect him from what? Because it certainly doesn't seem protective to invite someone to a castle full of monsters and murder. Daniel had also been having weird nightmares about disturbing sounds and voices from the void. He planned to visit his physician, Dr. Tate, to get sedatives for it. Once we get the machines repaired, that gross red organic matter starts filling up the room. Really, it does seem to appear just wherever we go. It's in the room around the elevator as well. I wonder, is this the shadow? Is this the thing that's chasing us? I suppose it would make sense. It definitely seems more destructive than those physical monsters running around. What does it want, though? Does it want anything at all? It's so alien a thing that I have a hard time understanding what its goal could possibly be. Whatever. Even if I had the answer, I don't think it would help me right now. It's time for Daniel to descend even further with the help of the elevator. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Well, we survived. Awesome. Daniel's memory of Alexander tells him that he's heading towards a prison, one that as a Baron is his duty to manage. He tells Daniel that it's full of criminals. I wish I could believe that, but I already read Wilhelm's kidnapping confession, which included kids, so I'm going to go ahead and say that Alexander was full of shit. The question of why he needs so many prisoners still remains, though. It feels like half of this game, and by extension half of this video, is just finding a letter and saying, okay, well then what does that mean? The place is unpleasant. I keep hearing these painful sounds, gasps and sobs and dragging noises. It sounds like torture, like literal torture. It also sounds like Daniel might have been the one doing it. There's a memory where it sounds like he might be interrogating a woman on the location of her daughter. The mother cries and tells Daniel she'll never tell him. Yikes. I'm starting to get the impression that Daniel might not be a very good person. It looks like that unknown daughter I mentioned dug her way out of the cell into the northern block of the prison. We can get down there using a hammer and chisel we found nearby. I wonder if Daniel ever caught the little girl. I really hope he didn't. It might not matter though, because clearly this castle is dangerous for reasons other than just Daniel. God, imagine a frightened little girl crawling through these tunnels without a light. It would have been terrifying. This place, Castle Brandenburg, it's evil. Alexander was evil. Daniel, I might be evil too. It's interesting to think that Daniel's hypothetical evil was contextual. Waking up with no memory makes everything that happened here clearly disgusting and terrifying, and the player, taking on the role of Daniel, is rightfully judgmental of those actions. But we, or Daniel, are the one who did it. I wonder now if I'll stumble upon the information that convinced Daniel that all these actions were justified. I wonder if it'll convince him again. Great. More prison cells. Just what I was hoping for. I doubt it can get much worse than this. Okay, we've gotten to the part of Daniel's scattered journal that describes how he came to the castle. It feels like we're getting close to answers. We just have to keep pushing. There's a weird throwaway line that comes when we read the first note. They are dead because of me. Who? Death seems to follow you around, Daniel, and it seems to be mostly your fault the way I see it. Did you kill before you even got here? Or was it a different circumstance? Whatever. Thank God we made it out of there. That was getting a little dark for my liking, and I don't mean because of the lack of light. We're in the cistern now. Maybe next we'll go to the Brothern. I can't be the first person to have made that joke. It looks like the direction we need to head, downwards as per usual, is all full of water and poisonous mushrooms. We'll have to find some way to negate the effects. Even in a haunted castle from the 1800s, vaccines are still effective apparently. We move forward to the control room to try to get rid of the water. The mushrooms are still a problem, but we're dealing with one thing at a time. A lot like what we had to deal with to fix the elevator, the repairs in here are simple but take a second to get through. There's a good amount of running back and forth. It's a nice break from all the prison murder stuff though. Significantly less horrible. Okay, now that that's done, I guess it's time to go to the morgue. God damn it, what did I just say? Okay, yeah, this is about what I was expecting. The deeper we get, the more horrible everything becomes. We do get another quick memory with Alexander that seems to clarify what exactly Daniel came here for. It seems that this shadow that is hunting Daniel didn't start at the castle, and that Alexander must be trying to help Daniel escape it somehow. That's what he must have meant when he told Daniel that he could protect him. He meant from the shadow. If I'm right, and the shadow is that red fleshy stuff that's following us around, then how is Alexander supposed to protect us from that? And it's still here, so clearly he didn't. It's also strange, and the strangeness is quickly filling up with depravity. I just want to know my part in all of this. All of these prisoners, these victims, or at least their memories, or maybe their ghosts, seem so confused by their situation. I think that's actually one of the worst parts for me. The victims can't even wrap their heads around what's happening to them and why. I can't pretend I don't feel the same way, but at this point the main emotion I'm feeling is guilt. Vague, implacable guilt, but guilt nonetheless. Oh good, a dead body. I guess the only reasonable thing to do is drill a hole in its head and inject myself with his blood. That's how vaccines work. That's how every vaccine works. I'm sorry, I guess I'm just covering my fear with a layer of sarcasm. This has all become pretty overwhelming, and I still have so many unanswered questions. And time to hide again. Wait, this one looks kind of different. That's interesting, I suppose. I have no theories, though. Okay, last thing, we have to redirect more water to drain the sewers further. It's not actually too hard, we just have to do a little wandering and turn a couple wheels. The water monster is here again, but it's actually not too hard to avoid this time. More information via notes, though. Daniel recounts that Alexander puts a lot of faith into magic. He seems incredibly smart and capable, with wide knowledge about anatomy, alchemy, and botany. We also learn that Daniel was told that they could use the inner sanctum, the place he's currently trying to reach, to banish the orb's shadow. Orb's shadow. Got it. So, whatever is chasing Daniel, it's directly tied to the orb. There's another connection for us. We're getting closer to our answers. Maybe we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or I guess 1 bird and 1 old man. We can take out Alexander, if we decide that's the move, and possibly also stop this shadow that's chasing us. That could be good. Nice to have something to look forward to for once. But there's another thing weighing on our mind. In the last of the notes we find down here, Daniel wonders what it is that Alexander himself has to gain by helping him. He wonders if Alexander will somehow try to tame the power of the orb. I wonder, personally, what taming the power might even mean or accomplish. But alright, the water has been rerouted and the vaccine has been injected. Onwards. Oh good, a sewer level. Who doesn't love a sewer level? I think Daniel needs to get past that water wheel, so we should just find a way to slow it down enough to jam something in it and stop it completely. The controls are nearby, so as long as we don't encounter any monsters, we should... Why do I even pretend? Of course there are monsters down here. And I was right, they do look different. I think these ones might be even stronger. Awesome. I was right about the wheel though, too. It's nice that progression restores your sanity in this game. That's how I feel about progression in real life. Oh, hey, it looks like maybe the shadow killed one of the monsters? Weird. I guess they aren't working together. Also, sometimes when I hear Alexander's voice, like right now, it doesn't actually seem like a memory. It seems like Alexander is talking to me in real time. Not sure how that could be, but it's definitely in the realm of possibility considering everything else we've seen in this nightmare castle. I would love to leave these sewers, please. The exit's nearby. I only have to run for my life. It saw me. Fuck. Sure hope this guy can't climb ladders. Sure hope. Okay. I don't even know where I am anymore. I hope I'm still going in the right direction. Okay, we've got some more notes around and... yeah, it's not great. Alexander was performing some kind of ritual to get rid of the shadow. That's what he told Daniel, but it wasn't having the right effect. He needed Daniel to perform it to make it work. I'm sure you can guess what exactly that entailed. He told Daniel the prisoners were murderers, evil. I guess that made it easier for Daniel to kill them. I wonder if he ever believed Alexander, though, or if he was just telling himself that he did. It doesn't even seem like the murder actually solved anything, just delayed it. A new voice appears in our memories, Alexander talking to someone named Agrippa. We've heard that name before, but still don't really know what it means, who it is. It also sounds like Alexander was doing something to Agrippa, something that affected his body, but that would keep him alive. I wonder if we'll ever know what happened. Oh shit, there's a body chained to the wall. Oh shit, it talks! And it talks in Agrippa's voice. I guess we got that answer quickly. Might have been the first time that happened. What did Alexander do to you? It's possible to complete this section of the game without helping Agrippa, but personally, seeing this guy chained up to the wall and knowing vaguely that I've already hurt other people, I feel inclined to do something. If you do help him, he can give you some valuable information. He tells us that the inner sanctum is basically inaccessible without an orb. Apparently, there are shattered pieces of it around this area, and if we find them all, that'll allow us to move forward. He also asks to come with us to the inner sanctum. Obviously, he's not in any state to move right now, but asks if we find any notes by someone named Johann Weyer, if we can bring them to him. If that'll help, I'll do it, but for now, I have to focus on finding those pieces. There are 2 places we can look. A place called the transept, and a place called the choir. Let's go to the transept first. At the very top of a spiral staircase, we find another one of those weird canisters. Alexander talking to someone called his love about returning to his home. But isn't this his home? Where is he talking about? And who are these other people he's talking about? And who is his love? With the level of information we're getting, my questions are starting to change. The question of who is Alexander has kind of become, what is Alexander? Because I'm not certain he's human. Alright, what else is here? Oh my god. Oh my god. These rooms are full of medieval torture devices. It wasn't just murders happening here. The people who were brought here We're brought here to suffer, horribly, gruesomely. What is this? What were we doing? Alexander told us these prisoners were evil, were murderers, but I don't believe him. Hearing the disembodied voices of these people, these ghosts of memory, how could a person be convinced they deserved what was happening to them, even if they were killers? This is just barbaric. When this whole thing started, I thought I was a victim, but I'm the villain. Jesus, how could a person do something like this, do any of this? Just to stop this shadow? To save my own life? And how could this even stop it? What is this? We find 3 of the broken pieces we need to in these rooms, but it hardly matters to me at this point. Who am I trying to save myself? It's not just that I've been trading lives, I've been tearing them apart. I've been creating ghosts. I'm no better than the things walking around hunting me. No, scratch that. I'm worse. Alexander and I, we're monsters. I'm not moving forward to save myself anymore. Let the shadow have me, right? I'm moving forward to tie up a loose end. The question of whether or not Alexander is more or less guilty than I am can be left to the philosophers. I'm gonna kill that motherfucker. We'll see what happens after that. I should also note that you can start gathering ingredients to help out Agrippa around this point in the game, but that's not a requirement, it's just something you can do to unlock a specific ending. I'm going to kind of gloss over that part of it because it's not very hard, but it also involves a little extra searching around, and at this point, I'm kind of more focused on the graphic murder and torture. The only thing I will say is that by paying attention to the note we find out about Wire's formula, we can find out the name of the invisible water monster. It's called the Cairnk. The Cairnk. Cairnk. That's a weird name. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to the choir. This has to end. We're shown a memory of one of the many deaths Daniel was responsible for, the mania of self-preservation that had clouded his judgment and his morality, the ritual of it all, the terror, the pain, as if hearing about it wasn't enough, seeing the blade, the struggle. Daniel was a coward. To do all of this in the blind hopes of saving himself? I wonder when he decided it was enough. I wonder when he decided to stop trying to save himself. It seems that the suffering of these people was somehow valuable to him or Alexander, enough so that Alexander came up with a potion that would remove the memory of torture from the minds of his victims so he could do it again, and the pain and fear would be just as fresh as the first time. It must have been the very same concoction that Daniel drank to make himself forget, to move him forward without exposing the horrors he'd be encountering before he was in too deep. Even Daniel himself knew he was a coward. This place is dark and wide. I already know there's a monster in here with me. I don't fear it anymore. Let's find those pieces and go. We're so close, I can feel it. God, an Iron Maiden. Just another horrific leftover. Fuck. Jesus Christ, I didn't even think these things were real. We got weirdly creative with our torture, just throwing anything horrible at the wall. Alright. Fuck. Finally, we've got everything. We should be able to access the inner sanctum now. Finally. Let's just... Oh! Shit! Oh, it was scripted. Okay. I guess Alexander is trying to stop us. Yeah, keep trying, asshole. You're gonna get what's coming to you. I hate how much it seems like Alexander is convinced he's in the right. Alright, we just gotta do a prison break. Once we find the key, we can get out. Not even a problem. It's like nothing can get to me anymore, now that it's all come back. These memories are a curse, but they're also a weapon. A reminder of what I've done and what I need to do about it. Okay, but I still shouldn't die before accomplishing my goal. Time to run! Okay, we made it. I think we're somewhere close to where we already were. We just need to get our bearings. Maybe this note will help. I do not think this note is helping. The memory that we see here might be the worst of them all. Daniel recounts how on the night of the ritual, he and Alexander went to a farm in a small settlement where a dairy farmer lived with his wife and 3 children. Alexander killed the father, then went to go take care of the farmhands. Daniel went after the children. As we are told this, we can hear the violence, the screams of the children as their lives were torn apart by a selfish, cowardly man and his monstrous alien benefactor. Lambs to the slaughter, just more parts of a ritual to save one foolish man. Children. But I guess we already knew that. I just didn't think Daniel would go so far as to gather them himself. Gone was the safety net of pretending that everyone he killed was evil, that everyone he killed deserved it. It never mattered to Daniel. It was just easier to pretend that it did. What a pathetic man. Throw him up there with James Sunderland and Jimmy Mouthwashing on the list of shitheads who destroy the lives of others out of cowardice and selfishness. Let him be hated. I'm sure he hates himself. They all do, at one point or another. Let's end this. Daniel breaks the barrier. He puts the orb back together. He performs a blood ritual to open a final door because why not? And then he enters the inner sanctum. And of course, Alexander does one more thing to make me hate him by forcing me to edit in a censor bar at the very end of my video. You motherfucker. As we take our final action against Alexander, a question lingers, one that can't be answered by the game, one I sort of mentioned earlier. Who is actually responsible for all this death? Alexander, who by now we've realized is not of this world and came from the outer world, the one with the alien architecture and the impossible geometry and the enigmatic love he desired to return to? The man who lived in the castle, studied the torture, brought in the victims, and taught Daniel? Or is it Daniel himself, the foolish adventurer who took something he shouldn't have, resulting in the accidental deaths of multiple of his colleagues and the intentional deaths of countless more, who sacrificed children to keep himself alive? I'll be honest, I don't know, and I don't care. Damn us both. I mentioned earlier that the Dark Descent has a double meaning. Obviously, it refers to the physical descent Daniel takes to reach Alexander, but it also represents the emotional and moral journey that Daniel begins the moment he touches that shimmering light beneath the earth in Africa. His descent into madness, into violence, into blatant selfishness and cruelty. His descent into darkness. There are three choices you can make at the end of the Dark Descent. You can let Alexander go, let the ritual be completed, sending Alexander back to his homeworld before being killed by the shadow. Obviously, I'm not going to do that, but hey, maybe some of you would. I'm curious why, but it's your choice. You can end the ritual right there, killing Alexander. He was never actually planning on helping you, and weirdly, this ending accomplishes exactly what Daniel wanted. If Alexander dies and the ritual stops, Daniel gets to walk right out of the castle, no longer pursued by the shadow. He leaves, convinced that he's made up for his mistakes. I don't think he has. The last ending can only be achieved if you helped Agrippa. You can throw his head into the portal, taking Alexander's place and dooming both of you. You die alongside Alexander, which does, in a way, feel like justice. But then, Agrippa's voice calls out from somewhere unknown, telling you not to fear, telling you your soul can be saved, essentially. Maybe this is the best ending. The community regards it as such. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I think Daniel deserves peace or comfort. Maybe he does, since at the very end he realized the error of his ways, but is simply killing Alexander enough to wash away what he's done? Is dying enough of a punishment? There's not really an answer. It's all up to your philosophy. I mentioned earlier that I'd briefly talk about Justine in this video essay, and I will, but when I say brief, I mean brief. The only reason I'm including it in this essay is because it's a side story that is technically attached to the Dark Descent game, but honestly, it has nothing to do with it. There are similar themes, but Alexander and Daniel and the Shadow and Vitae and all of that aren't a part of the experience at all. Justine sees you playing as a character who wakes up in a sort of prison area and has to navigate a couple of trials to escape. Obviously, you navigate these without any idea of who you are or what's going on, but you're being consistently spoken to by the voice of an evil, aristocratic young woman named Justine, who utilizes her wealth and power to conduct disturbing experiments beneath her house. To beat the game, you need to solve 3 separate puzzles, each of which hinge partially on the life of a stranger. One is a doctor, one is a priest, and the last is a police officer. If you choose to kill each individual, all of the puzzles are very easy and you get to move straight forward. You can truly beat this game in like 15 minutes if you just kill everyone, but if you're paying attention and being creative, it's possible to keep everyone alive. The ending is the same either way, and the game is really asking you to decide whether it's worth it to keep everyone alive, only some people, or nobody. At the end, it's revealed that you are actually playing as Justine, who has seemingly put herself through this trial as some sort of adrenaline experience, a thrill attached to the question in her own mind of whether or not her cruelty is a product of nature or nurture. It's an interesting question, but it's not really given enough time to be pondered in my opinion. Thematically, the idea of capturing and violently torturing strangers has a bit of a tie to The Dark Descent, but really, it's just a little snack-sized spin-off for anyone who needs a little bit more of this style of horror. Worth mentioning, though, The Dark Descent is an iconic game in the horror community. It helped build multiple YouTube careers. It was a huge influence on the survival horror gaming landscape. The few enemies it has have become well known and beloved, and the questionable perspective of the protagonist set a precedent for storytelling that continues to be relevant to this day. Despite being out for over 15 years, the game's atmosphere, puzzles, voice acting, and storytelling hold up to this day. It's the kind of game that I would love to see a remake of, but that doesn't need one. What would you do to protect your children? If you realized they were in danger, that there was something coming for them, too terrible to imagine, too great to defend themselves from, what would you become capable of? How far would you go to save them? If I had to imagine, as a man with no children, the scariest thing that could happen to a parent, I imagine it would be losing track of their kid. I mean, think about how terrifying it would feel to look around a space, especially if that space was unfamiliar, and not know where your child was. The way that all these worst-case scenarios would flash through your head, old news stories about missing children, kidnappers, horror movie scenes playing out in your mind about some van door opening and an arm reaching out, or even something as simple as your kid falling into something or getting stuck behind or under something and not being able to free themselves. Imagine the panic and the franticness growing inside you as you desperately call out, begin searching, running around with no specific place in mind. It's scary even to witness. The desperation of a parent looking for their child. Most of the time, the situation resolves itself happily. The kid just wandered off, and they're reunited with their parent, who thanks whoever found them, and maybe scolds the kid for giving them such a scare. Everyone feels good about the situation. That's what happens most of the time. But not all the time. What if, and it sucks to imagine, something actually did happen to the kid? What if they couldn't just simply walk back to their parent? What if they were in an actual dangerous situation? What would you do to protect them? How far would you go to save them? And how would you feel if you realized it was your fault they were there? Howdy boneheads, and welcome to the long-awaited second entry into our look at the entire Amnesia series. In our last entry, we took up the role of a man named Daniel, who woke up with no memories in a mysterious castle only to realize that he and a strange alien benefactor had been doing terrible things in pursuit of stopping a strange violent force known only as the Shadow, as well as accomplishing a goal hidden even from us. Our connection to the people affected by the horror was an empathetic one. These were not people we knew, we were simply horrified by what we had done to them. The same can't be said for this entry, however. In tonight's video, we'll be looking at the game A Machine for Pigs, a game whose protagonist is motivated by more than simple self-preservation. Now, as you may have guessed from our introduction, in this game, we're trying to find our kids. But before that journey starts, I want to talk about something. Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs is the only game in the series that was not developed by the company Frictional Games. They were busy at the time with a different game you may be familiar with called Soma. For this reason, A Machine for Pigs was actually developed by the Chinese Room, who you might remember also developed Still Wakes the Deep, which we talked about on this channel pretty recently. I bring this up because you may notice a slightly different style of gameplay in this game than all the others. While there are some moments of stealth, the survival elements of this particular horror are a lot more understated than in the rest of the series, especially compared to a game like The Bunker. Some people describe the game as more of a walking simulator than a survival horror. The puzzle solving is pretty minimal, and you don't really have to worry about managing your light like in the other games. You might hear all of these factors and assume that this is the weakest game in the series, or at least not as fun as the others, and subjectively, to you, that might be accurate. I'm curious to hear where this game ranks for y'all in comparison to the rest of the series. However, in my opinion, what this game lacks in gameplay, it makes up for in story. The writing and line delivery in this game is incredibly strong, and you'll see this once we get there, it has one of the most powerful and memorable endings to a horror game that I have ever witnessed. The score of this game is also insanely good, composed by Jessica Curry, who has worked often with the Chinese Room. But unfortunately, due to the nature of this video, I probably won't be able to use her music. Go listen to it after this video, while you're cleaning or something. It'll be the most dramatic cleaning experience you've ever had. All that being said, I think it's about time we actually start looking at the game. December 31st, 1899, the evening of the turn of the century. Now, there's something interesting that happens quite literally at the very beginning of the game. A line is delivered by a yet unknown voice that completely changes the context of our experience. One could arguably call it a spoiler, but I think that's maybe reductive of what's happening here. A Machine for Pigs can be viewed in one of two ways. Like a mystery with tragic elements, or like a tragedy with mystery elements. I know, it's a lot to unpack during the introduction, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to spoil the big reveal of this game right now. Or after this paragraph. Don't worry, I'll make it very clear when it's coming. If you aren't interested in hearing this reveal yet, you can skip to this timecode in the video. Once I finish discussing the reveal and have reached that point, I will not bring it up again in my script until the actual revelation occurs in-game. What this means is that you can choose, at least if you're someone who hasn't played the game themselves yet, whether you'd like to view the whole experience knowing what our protagonist has done and the tragedy of it all, or whether you'd like to watch the reveal play out over time. If you choose the latter option and skip to this timecode, you will not hear the line that is spoken at the very beginning of this game. Okay, so here's the moment. If you don't want the spoiler right now, go ahead and skip to this timecode. You've got 5 seconds. Alright, if you're still here, it means you've decided you want to know what is going on from the beginning. Sounds good. I'll keep this brief. The line we hear at the beginning of the game, delivered by a man's voice, likely our protagonist, is, "Daddy, Daddy, please don't kill me." And after this point, we are shown a machine, one that we can very easily assume is the titular Machine for Pigs, or at least a part of it. I also believe you can hear a man's screams coming from the machine. Now, in just a second, we're going to be introduced to the idea that our protagonist's children are missing, and we're going to be told that our goal is to find them. If this goal was presented to us by itself, we might still have suspicions about it because we're vaguely familiar with the nature of these games, but hearing even one line that vaguely references a child being murdered by their father indicates pretty clearly to us that our children are likely dead and that we killed them. Now, we still don't know why we killed them, which does allow our story to remain a mystery, at least in some sense, but now every line and every question about seeking out your children or loving and protecting them is laced with dramatic irony. We know our character doesn't remember what he's done, but we've been very heavily influenced to know it ourselves for some reason. I think this dramatic irony is intentional. The game doesn't want us to trust our own actions, our own quest. When we are directed downwards by a mysterious, ominous voice who tells us we can still save our children, we have so much more doubt about the voice and its motives when we're certain it's lying. Why are we being manipulated? What does it actually want from us? It's a fascinating way to play the game. Of course, the other side of this, and the reason I gave my audience the option to skip this early game reveal, is that while the early narrative is made arguably stronger with the spoiler, some people really enjoy the experience as more of a mystery, and see the later game revelation of these children's deaths as the most powerful version of that revelation. I think it's hard to ignore the introductory line when you're playing the game yourself, but hey, I have a YouTube channel and am a semi-competent editor. Why not give people the experience they're more drawn to? Alright, so that's about it. Let's rejoin the people who decided to skip this part. Don't tell them anything. Alright, hey guys. If you're one of the people who skipped, don't worry. We definitely weren't gossiping about you behind your back. It's all good. Okay, so as mentioned, our game starts on New Year's Eve right before the turn of the century. We don't find this out for a second, but we'll be playing as a wealthy industrialist and butcher named Oswald Mandus. If something about that name feels very intentional and specific, you're not wrong. We'll get to that later though. We awake in this weird caged bed, groggy and blurry, as expected, to the sounds of footsteps and opening doors. There's wine spilled on the floor, and as expected, we don't really know what's going on. Last time there was some kind of potion that affected our memory. Perhaps there was something with the wine. I don't know. For now, we just have to start moving. This is how it always begins. There's a little introductory note here that mentions a jungle, a man dressed in jaguar skins and feathers, and the sounds of children playing in the attic, which terrifies him, though he isn't sure why. Whoever wrote this, almost certainly us, was in quite a state, and was confused by it even from the get-go. I'm very motivated to investigate everything, to find lantern oil and tinder boxes, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. Most of the exploration we're going to be doing is fully optional, done out of personal curiosity more than anything else. I guess it might be slightly easier to engage with the story when we're not so focused on resource management. Okay, so our kids are missing. We hear their voices once we step out the main room, calling out to us, asking us to find them. That, mixed with the note, gives me a pretty good idea of what I should be focusing on. This place is actually pretty nice. A lot warmer feeling than Castle Brennenburg. A little spooky still, but not as bad as last time. I'm sure things will remain that way. A little flashback, and perhaps our first line of dialogue from Mandus, depending on where you look. It seems like Mandus' wife died in childbirth. It's a tragedy, and it gives some potential context to the relationship between Mandus and his children, but we don't know exactly what yet. Does he value his children more as living memories of his wife, or does he resent them for the part they played in her death, even unwillingly? Either way, we know now that Mandus has been a single father for the entirety of his children's lives, who we've just learned are named Edwin and Enoch. Twin boys, it would seem. I keep finding these ornate little pig masks everywhere. I'm sure they aren't important. Okay, something in that note mentioned the attic. That seems like a good enough place to start my search. I doubt it'll be that easy, but better to be thorough and work from the top down than to leave anything unchecked. What do you mean there's a bad man coming? Who are you talking about? Ooh, a lantern. See, it was a good call to check up here first. Attic's definitely a little creepier than the rest of the house, but, it's an attic, so not a huge shock there. Looks like the boys play up here sometimes, because kids love to play in dumb places. Some of the notes up here, journal entries from our twins, imply that we're busy a lot, and potentially still mourning the loss of our wife. I don't think it's clear how old our kids are, old enough to write at least, so I'm curious exactly how long it's been since she died. Heartbreak like that doesn't just go away. It's not like there's a time limit on it, but his emotions are clearly lingering with him. I wonder how much Oswald's mind was affected by the loss of his wife. I must find my two precious little British boys. Stop hiding from me, children. Stop making weird, ghostly, haunted sounds from nowhere in particular. You know Daddy hates that. Alright, doesn't seem like they're up here, as expected. Gotta check the rest of the house. It's big, but not that big. Hopefully they're not outside or something. It's the middle of winter, and it seems to be getting late. Damn, that's a lot of paintings. Oh, check it out. The original horror game voice recording. We're going analog. God, I must be rich. Look at the size of this place. Hello? Hello? Hi, I'm Phone Guy. Pleasure to... What the hell are you talking about, man? Apparently Mandus here has invested a great deal of money into... something. Some kind of machine. I believe it has to do with his job as a butcher, but it's put him in some financial trouble. For a man as clearly rich as Mandus, it must have taken a huge amount of money to actually affect his fortune. Just how big is this machine? And what does it do? Okay, there's some guns on the wall. Maybe I should pick one up for self-defense. Just gotta... Oh, hello? Am I living in a Resident Evil house? By the way, I didn't manage to actually pick up the gun, which sucks because it would actually make things a lot easier going forward. Oh well, what the hell? These paintings are actually windows. I must be some kind of... Boys! Those were my boys. They were just out there. They looked totally normal. So, someone, probably me, has been spying on my family. Creepy. I don't know if this is some kind of voyeurism thing, or if I've become so protective of my kids that I want to be able to watch them when no one else is around, but either way, I'll reiterate, creepy. There are notes in here that are talking about some kind of invention, plans for how to fix a frustrating product, but the weird thing is that it's also talking about stuff like bones and intestines, some kind of product that has to do with a body? We know Mandus is a butcher, or at least runs some kind of business surrounding it, so maybe this is some kind of product for that. Maybe it's the machine that has so drastically affected his fortune. Kinda doubt it. This isn't talking about any machine that I've ever encountered. This is something different. Something weird. Oh well, I'm sure it doesn't matter. Moving on. Things are getting creepier, and I'm finding Mandus less and less trustworthy. What are these drawings, dude? He's using all this melodramatic language, or maybe remembering a time he used it. Something about a fat empire, ready for bleeding. Sounds like something a butcher would say. Okay, this weird passageway spit us out somewhere else. What is that shaking? Why does that keep happening? And where are my kids? I could have sworn they just ran down this exact hallway. Where did they go? The boys think the house, or more specifically a room in the house, is haunted. I wonder why they'd think that. A lot of questions right now. Who was that voice on the phone? Why does the house keep shaking? What's with the secret passage? And most importantly, where are my kids? I'm trying to keep my attention focused on just that question. Maybe all the other ones will be answered on their own. I was in Mexico at some point, and I got sick. I learned this from a conversation between myself and someone who I only hear called the Professor. Looks like Mandus and this professor have a friendly relationship. The professor certainly speaks highly of me. The phone again. No, I don't know you, man. I have amnesia. Didn't you read the title of the game? Oh, shit. The voice on the phone tells me that my kids are trapped somewhere down below me. Some kind of machine down there is broken, and this has caged my kids. Jesus, that's not good. But I thought I saw them just a bit ago in the hallway. Whatever. The voice on the phone certainly sounds like he knows what's going on, and if he says the kids are down there, then I might as well check. Obviously, I still question how he could possibly know where my kids are and what role he plays in all of this, but those questions will have to wait. Right now, all that matters is finding my boys. I just have to restart the engines of the machine, I guess. I think this is the room my kids said they thought was haunted. You know, I've been having a pretty weird night, so maybe they're onto something. Not sure why they'd think this room specifically is, though. Maybe all the terrifying dead animals. Or the secret passage. Again, weird. Okay, so I've turned some cranks, which is accomplished something, I'm sure. The house is a bit messier and more terrifying now, so clearly I've done something. Just gotta find out what. Can't help but notice some red staining around here. I hope it's more wine, but it's probably not, huh? Alright, I guess whatever I was doing had to do with this industrial area. The weird little flashbacks I keep getting definitely imply that I'm going the right way. When we get outside, we hear a line from one of our children mentioning a stone egg. Huh. Alright, I'm just gonna head down these stairs and... Oh, fuck! Ow! Well, that's one way to get down a staircase. Definitely feeling grateful I found that lantern. Okay, so phone guy, not that one, says that this weird machine is all flooded with water, and that's why the kids are trapped. Yikes, better get on that. While we're on the way though, let's question. Why is this machine in such a bad state? From the way the voice on the phone is speaking, it seems like some sort of sabotage, but why? We don't really know the function of the machine, so we can't guess who would be motivated to destroy it or slow it down, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. I mean, what if they're down here right now? I fear we've reached the point in our journey where things are about to get spooky. Things are making noise, barrels are getting Donkey Konged towards me by no one, and I don't have high hopes about things suddenly getting chill again. Moving forward actually isn't too hard. We have to make a few minor repairs and open some doors, but otherwise we'll be with our kids in no time. Don't worry, boys! Daddy's gonna save you from whatever's happening. I've suspected it for a while, but now I'm almost certain that there's something moving around us. Something loud and possibly also strong. Not looking forward to meeting it, but what else can I do but keep going? Alright, more notes. It's a lot of stuff we obviously don't understand. Wait a second. Brennenburg compound? Like from Castle Brennenburg. Okay, so there is a connection here. I'm not completely certain what this Brennenburg compound is, but if it has anything to do with the torture Daniel and Alexander were doing, then I have some new concerns about Mandus here. Do I need to be worried about him also torturing people? I mean, whatever he's doing with it probably isn't good. Anyway, looks like Mandus here has some ideas about bringing people back from the dead. I'm sure his own dead wife had nothing to do with it. I've also noticed a lack of a living wife, so whatever he was doing probably didn't work. Or if it did, it just didn't work on her. You ever unlock a locked door and think, I bet someone locked that for a reason, 'cause, yeah. I may have mentioned this in the last video, and possibly even in other unrelated videos, but one of my favorite parts in just about any horror game, and arguably in film and television as well, is the lead up to actually experiencing the horror. And it's not because I'm personally dreading the rest of the experience, it's more because, at least on my first go-round, I get to sit in the unknown and wonder when the reveal is going to come and how. Here, in the dark, dirty, machine-filled basement of my house, I know something has to be coming. And my theory is that it'll be pig-based, for no reason in particular, but that's about all I can be confident in. All I can do is keep moving forward and wait to be terrified. I mentioned earlier that kids like to play in dumb places, but really, why in the world would this be the place that my children decided to play? It's this kind of behavior that is going to inevitably lead to the invention of iPad kids. I wouldn't have to deal with all this if my kids were watching Brain Rot on the couch. Oh well, the Industrial Revolution is well underway. We'll get there one day. Alright. It's becoming more and more clear to me that a lot of what's happening here has to do with Mandus's reaction to losing his wife. I can't say I really see the logic behind, my wife is dead, better make a big machine about it, but, you know, men'll do anything but go to therapy. However, a quick Google search about this time period indicates that Sigmund Freud is just starting to get things going right now, so it might be worth holding off on therapy until someone more normal figures it out. Okay. I'm not sure how this is possible, but it seems like I somehow found more house. I guess it's a nice break from the rumbling machines and all that, but I have no idea where I am at this point.
I have such visions to share with thee. If my jaw be unshackled, and you harvest the crust from my eyes.
What the hell are you talking about, man? I'm trying to fix this machine right now, not you. I'm making pretty slow progress, though. Hopefully my boys are still okay. Should probably keep moving. These notes play a lot of the pronoun game, and I mean that in the CinemaSins way, by which I mean vaguely referring to unnamed characters or groups to maintain a level of mystery or surprise within the narrative. These notes also give me the impression that, despite whatever trauma he's endured regarding the death of his wife, Mandus thinks rather highly of himself, and rather lowly of the rest of humanity. I'm beginning to see hints of a god complex. Oh, we're at my office, I guess. That explains all the talk of dragging products from pens and keeping them calm. These notes must be referencing livestock for my business. Yep, that's all it is. It's just that. Just that. See, look, I'm right. A whole bunch of dead pigs down here. God, imagine the smell. In one of his notes, Mandus mentions a desire to create a machine that is not like a man, but rather better than one. Humankind is pretty filthy to Mandus, as mentioned a second ago, so to him, the goal isn't to create something that emulates humanity. The goal is to create something that does humanity better than humans. Ugh, sounds like Mandus would have been a real AI bro if he was born today. Gross. Looks like there's a truck blocking our path forward. Annoying, but all it needs is fuel, and there's a fuel pump down the road, so it should be an easy fix. What'd I tell you? No need to worry about any of the other weird sounds you may or may not be hearing. Ah, a graveyard. Why are there pigs in the graveyard, too? Come to think of it, why are there pigs out here at all? Where are they being stored? They don't seem to have been butchered, so also why are they dead? I'm starting to wonder more about this machine. Could it somehow be possible that the machine is for something outside of butchering? Could it perhaps be nefarious? I doubt it. Let's keep moving. A church? The path to our kids goes through a church? That feels strange. But hey, there has to be a method to this madness, I'm sure of it. The father of this church, Jeremiah, seems to think I'm a good man, the conductor of a great benevolent charity for the poor. Cool. I guess it's nice to know that I use my wealth for good, or former wealth, perhaps. You know, it's probably a bad idea to leave all the candles lit with no one in here, but I don't have time to think about that because did they crucify a pig? To what end? Oh my god, a secret passageway. Are we sure this church isn't in Raccoon City? Oh, this is bad. I can't think of a reason to have a terrifying underground prison just for pigs, so if I were a betting man, I bet the prisoners in this place were a little more human than that. But where are they now? And what role did I have to play in all of this? I'm not stupid. I remember the first game. I'm sure I'm directly responsible, but what I'm not sure of is why. I clearly have some goal for the future of humanity. That much is clear from the notes I've been reading, but I'm still having a little trouble figuring out what the goal might be. Also, I think some of the cages might still be full. I can't deal with that right now. My focus is specifically on my boys. I'm sure everyone down here will be fine. Oh shit. It seems possible, in fact, likely, that whatever horror was created in this place is still here. We knew we were gonna have to deal with it eventually though, so Alonzi. Okay, so it's not fully a walking simulator. We have to do some hiding from the things that are down here and... Oh, I get it. A machine for pigs. It's like a pig monster thing, and the machine is... No, I'm still confused. Not as confused as earlier, though, so I guess that's some progress. Back outside. It's nice to get these little moments of fresh air. Being underground in the dark feels so oppressive. I can't even imagine how my kids are feeling. Also, it's taken me some real effort to make it this far. How did my kids even reach the point they're at? In this voice recording, it's mentioned that Mandus believes that the people in power will make pigs of all of humanity. I assume he's not talking about the weird thing we met downstairs, so I guess this is more of a metaphor. So maybe now I understand the title of the game a little more. Is it the world? Is the world and the people who run it some kind of quote-unquote machine that strips the best parts away from mankind and turns them into the equivalent of pigs? Dirty, selfish, hungry creatures who deserve only to be killed? Or am I just reading too much into things? Whatever the case, it feels like we've reached the actual machine proper, which is good. We can start repairing things and hopefully save the boys in no time. We just have to do a little searching and a little not getting killed by weird bipedal pig creatures. Speaking of which, a recent note actually implies that at one point this machine really was for butchering livestock, but that certainly doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Something clearly happened between the machine's initial construction and now. I just don't know what yet. The voice on the phone tells us that we'll understand everything when we meet the man who sabotaged this machine. I'm starting to wonder if the saboteur might have actually been onto something. Just fixing the furnaces, nothing to worry about here. There's something so interesting about the machine that I can see a lot better now that I'm actually in it. In a lot of horror I consume, I can't help but actually think of the setting as a character itself. I think the story that turned me on to this sort of thinking was House of Leaves, but there are tons of examples in the horror world of the setting having its own sort of personality. The Haunting of Hill House, the book or show, does it. A24's The Lighthouse definitely seems to have its own antagonistic energy, and also the recent Backrooms movie. When you become intimately familiar with a setting, when you're inside it, and you encounter strangeness attached to its design or function, you can't help but also start thinking of that setting as a character. And right now, as I turn on this machine and feel the rumbles around me, and the sharp movements of the pistons and the heat of the furnaces, I can't help but feel like this machine is alive. Alive and angry. Or maybe hungry. But, oh well, I'm already here, and so are my kids, so I guess we just have to keep going. It's a good thing these pig monsters have such bad eyesight, because I would be pretty fucked otherwise. There's a weird note down here about a body that Mandus received. It's definitely not referring to a pig, but it also doesn't really seem like it's referring to a human. It's about something else, something that has to do with orbs. The Brennenberg connection deepens. I wonder, is the body that came here potentially the body of one of those things that chased Daniel around? It would certainly explain Mandus's confusion about its form. If it is, that raises a lot more questions about what Mandus was actually trying to accomplish. My money is still on some form of control over life, like necromancy or immortality. Alexander was able to survive for a very long time. Maybe this is Mandus's goal as well. I'm sure we'll find out by the time this is done. If that is his goal, though, why is somebody sabotaging it? Or at least trying to. Ugh. Well, that's 2 for 2 on elevator crashes in an Amnesia game. I'm starting to develop a complex. Speaking of complexes, though, this place is getting spookier and spookier. The voice on the phone keeps calling and giving me vague motivation to keep moving forward to find my kids. You know, I've been so focused on my goal, I haven't really had the chance to consider what the phone guy wants very much. What if he's the one responsible for trapping my kids? What exactly does he get out of my saving them? I guess there's nothing I can really do to figure it out now because the fella's not physically here, but once I meet him, I'm probably going to have a lot of questions. Okay, whatever's going on down here is giving me real flashbacks to that dungeon in Brennenberg. I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure it's possible to do science without torturing a bunch of people. To that point, though, it's possible to put at least a few puzzle pieces together here. We still don't have a lot of solid answers to our questions, but we've gathered enough information to maybe start hypothesizing. Let's go over some of that stuff while we look for a path forward. 1. Mandus clearly has a pretty contentious relationship with humanity. The only people he's really exhibited care towards are his boys and his wife, which implies that whatever he's doing here would probably only serve them, or was at least meant specifically for them, at least in his eyes. 2. Mandus has been working with orbs, strange bodies, and we've encountered at least a couple weird pig entities recently. I would be willing to guess that Mandus is directly responsible for the creation of these figures. There are dead pigs everywhere and a growing number of surgical instruments, so it really seems like he's either combining people with pigs or using pigs to turn people into something else. Either way, not a cool thing to be doing. 3. The reason he created these figures, at least as far as I can tell now by reading some scattered notes, is to act as a workforce, potentially. Mandus has created a group he doesn't have to pay or really care about at all, at least in comparison to a human workforce. Still couldn't tell you what work they're actually doing, or at least that he's planned for them to be doing, but again, I'm sure we'll find out eventually. 4. The voice on the phone seems very familiar with the machine and Mandus. It's likely that the voice had something to do with its construction, and we just don't remember him. 5. Someone's sabotaging the machine, which means that either A, the saboteur has something to gain by making the machine non-functional, or B, whatever Mandus is trying to do with it is bad, and the saboteur doesn't want him to accomplish his goal. It may also be a mix of these two ideas. 6, and this is the most important part, my kids got really deep down into the machine. It's seeming less and less likely to me that they just showed up down there for no reason, which leads me to wonder if someone, perhaps the saboteur or the voice on the phone, put them there. I also think it's suspicious how often I catch glimpses of them running around when, if they're actually trapped, that wouldn't be possible. There may be something else going on with this whole kid situation. Like I said, not a ton of solid answers to our questions, but keeping all this stuff in mind is going to be valuable as we move forward. Speaking of which, I'm not sure if you could tell from the background footage during that whole breakdown, but moving forward here has required a little bit of gathering, a little bit of avoiding, and a little bit of non-specific alchemy. You remember in the last game when we started hearing about something called Vitae? How Alexander was working on making his own version of it, and how that production had to do with torture, at least partially? Well, I have a theory that the very same substance is involved in whatever's happening here. I wouldn't be shocked if it was that Brennenberg compound that was mentioned earlier. But hey, progress is progress. I'm sure a version of Mandus would agree. The light lets us move forward. Alright, where the fuck are we now? Oh, good. Another sewer level. Has there ever been a game made that doesn't have a goddamn sewer level? Oh my god, check it out! It's our old friend from Brennenberg. It's the Cairn. The Cairn. Okay, so we're finally draining the water that allegedly has our kids trapped. We're making real progress and should be able to rescue them soon. We can find a voice recording thing down here that mentions someone called the Engineer, a person Mandus has been working with to try to change the world through whatever means. I think it's rather likely that the Engineer here is the same person we've been hearing on the phone. It makes sense that this person would understand the machine and its layout. It's also possible that the Engineer is the Saboteur, which also doesn't rule him out as the voice on the phone. I think we're all smart enough to guess that there's some ulterior motive to the phone guy. Perhaps Mandus is being lured into some kind of trap. I've been finding lots of notes around that mention some kind of sickness after that trip to Mexico. I also recently found a note that seemed to imply I had taken my kids there. It seems likely that on this trip is when I discovered an orb, and that all this machine stuff happened after that. I don't know about you, but I'm very curious to find out what exactly happened on that Mexico trip. I'd venture to guess it wasn't a very fun vacation. Alright, so we've reached... Oh, this is gross. Guess we found the place where all the weird pig creatures are being kept. It's dirty and strange, and creepy music pipes through the place. These things, which are being treated like slaves, almost appear to behave as children. This is disgusting, Mandus. Why were you, or are you, doing all of this? It's a bit more complicated a situation than the human torture, but also not really, because in all likelihood, these are humans too. I'm starting to wonder about those charities Mandus created. It's possible that Mandus had been utilizing the low station of the people he's helping to excuse a couple disappearances here and there. Forget what I said earlier about that being a good thing. I take it back. Climbing down through here is pretty goddamn spooky. For the time being, I hope all these pig monsters just stay in their cages. I'm not sure what good it would do, though. The real horror isn't the fact that they're trapped, it's the fact that they are. More and more, Mandus in his notes and recordings talks about his disdain for humanity. They pollute, they kill, they do so many immoral things, which is pretty funny coming from him at this point. Mandus' plan is starting to sound more like an extermination plot rather than some sort of quest towards salvation. Maybe I was wrong about the bringing people back to life thing. Maybe it's kind of the opposite. We'll put a pin in it. By now, we've actually reached the place we've been trying to get to. And we're told this by our children, who once again we briefly glimpse running around. Still not seeming very trapped, but oh well, might as well finish what we started. I guess. This machine feels more and more ominous the more we interface with it. At first, when it's just generators and coal, there's a familiarity to it, a slightly more tangible purpose, but as we've gone deeper and we've encountered more, I have to admit a slight fear has been growing in my stomach, not about the machine's purpose, but of the machine itself. It's the same thing I was mentioning earlier about the environment becoming a character, but it becomes so much more pronounced the deeper you get. The questions become more pressing, the unsureness more unsettling. Oh, fuck, we gotta go, it's the Cairn! Oh, I love that. Why is it called that? Alright, water's just about drained. That should be it, right? Now the place I needed to access, where my kids are apparently held, is accessible. They should be there, right? Where are they? Tiny shattered skulls, you say? Huh. They called this section of the setting the heart of the machine. That feels very intentional. The pipes, its veins, furnaces, its lungs. Not to get ahead of things here, but I think we've also been hearing its voice for a while now. I think things might finally make sense once we get the heart beating. I gotta say, whoever sabotaged this machine didn't do a very good job. It's pretty easy to fix, and we've done it. Immediately, the voice that we've been hearing on the phone, a voice that should be familiar to us by now, is speaking with no apparent source, telling us our children are suffocating. If that's true, where are they? In what world do they get this deep on their own, avoid the pigs, scale ladders, and find secret paths, all while still being present in earlier scenes they shouldn't have been? How does the voice know? Why are they still missing? What happened to my children? Surprisingly, just about every question we have gets answered moments after we start the machine. Let me explain. In February of this year, Mandus took his boys on an expedition to Mexico. You may remember that Mandus had been struggling financially. The reason he went there was to seek out buried treasures, something that could be used to save his business. What he actually found there was an ancient Aztec pyramid known as the Temple of the Stone Moon. In it, he found an orb. Not the same orb from the Dark Descent, but one with similar terrifying powers and implications. As he gazed into it, Mandus was overwhelmed by a vision of the future. See, in June of 1914, this weird little thing would happen. An archduke named Franz Ferdinand would be assassinated, leading to what would eventually be called World War I, a war that would kill an estimated 15 to 20 million people. The Second World War, which would start only 21 years after the First War's ending, would kill over triple that amount. Mandus's children were 8. They would be in their early 20s when World War I started, which, as I'm sure I don't need to explain, would put them on the battlefield. And when Mandus looked into the orb, he saw all of this. He saw all of the death, all of the after effects, the carnage of the coming century. He saw his boys dying in the Battle of the Somme, miles away from their home, and millions more like them. And so Mandus killed his sons. That's the little spoiler that some of you may have skipped past near the beginning of the video. Mandus, so distraught by the pain and the terror of what was to come, made the decision to spare his boys of that experience by ending their lives right there, on the steps of the stone temple. I'm not sure how he did it, but it doesn't matter. This event, both the horror of the orb and the trauma of murdering his sons, fractured Mandus into 2 parts. A rational, empathetic part of himself that hid itself from the memories of what he had done, and a brutal, coldly pragmatic, God-complex-wielding part of himself that the community primarily refers to as the engineer, the voice we've been hearing on the phone. But more than that, he, as the engineer, put a part of his soul into a machine that speaks to us now, finally reawakened just another part of Mandus. It was Mandus who had been the saboteur, some deep part of his subconscious ashamed and terrified by what he had done and what he was still doing. He tried to stop the machine, but then, so plagued by his actions as well as a great deal of laudanum, he forgot. He was convinced by his dark self to turn it back on. And what has this accomplished? Well, I guess we'll see soon. There is more work to be done here, but now we have the opposite job. We have to finish the job the better side of us started. We have to tear the machine apart, otherwise, well, I don't know. What I do know is that these pig creatures, which I first considered might be some form of free labor, are dangerous and destructive. As I dodge around them, they certainly don't seem like the type that would respond to commands, not from me at least. So if they aren't workers, then what are they? What is the machine actually for? Once we reach this elevator and ascend back into the real world, we find out. Oh God. They're swarming the streets, they're dragging people out of their homes and eating them alive. The horrible sounds of screaming fill the city as an apocalypse designed by Mandus himself takes the city. In quite the same way that Mandus chose to end his children's lives before they could endure the horrors of the 20th century, Mandus's great machine was a weapon. A way to avoid the violence that was to come by getting ahead of it. Accelerationism. The only way to make things better is to speed up the process by which they get worse. It can't be a war or a holocaust or a genocide if there's no one to participate in it. Mandus will be the last killer. And yet, as Mandus sees the success of his work, and it is successful, he's horrified. There is still a part of him talking to him through the machine that revels in the destruction, but the person we are now, the person we've been all game, can't stand by it. The machine still lives, so we can't stay above ground for long. If we want to save the world from our own foolish mistake, we have to finish what we started before the game even began. And so, still avoiding the pigs, knowing that even if he can stop it, he's already ended the lives of his sons and many others, Mandus rights his wrongs. Or at least tries to. As we move, the machine tries to convince us to stop, but how can we? Its attempts become more and more desperate as we move forward in mourning and determination, finally caught up on all of our atrocities, all of our mistakes, but we can't stop now. There are teleporting pig monsters, I guess. I don't even have anything to say about them. They're a problem. Does the horror that Mandus feels about his own actions redeem him? Did it for Daniel? Will it for the others we discuss in the future? It's hard to realize you've done wrong, and it's bold to do something about it once you realize, but what does it really mean? It feels that something more is required. I have to give something up. I have to atone. I know the moment is coming. I can feel it. The machine warns us that something worse than anything happening now is coming. People cut down by blade and bullet and gas. Is it any better than what is happening now? And now comes the moment in this game. The moment that every person who has played this game remembers it by. It's truly the last thing that happens before the game ends, and it is powerful. I wish I could use the full scene with the music in this video, but I doubt YouTube would like that, so I'll link a video to the specific ending so you can watch it yourself if you'd like to. And in the meantime, I'll describe it. As Mandus walks to the true heart of the machine, resembling the temple where this whole nightmare began, the machine begs him not to end it. Its words empowered by powerful and melancholy violin, the machine describes to Mandus exactly what it is that he would be preserving by allowing the coming century to play out. The millions of deaths, not just a number but a description of the collective agony. Standing knee-deep in mud and bones, lungs full of mustard gas, he describes Mandus's children dying, holy wars and trenches, and murdered dissidents and starvation and the shadows of atomic annihilation and a house of skulls in the jungle. He talks about the innocent and how they will be trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. I do not paraphrase. These exact words are how the machine accurately describes the future. We know it to be true. We know it's not lying. The future made pigs of us all. If it's not the machine down here, then it will be the machine of reality, of so-called progress, of humanity that destroys itself. Who are we saving by stopping things from ending right here? What are we allowing to happen? We've put ourselves in this position and now we're responsible, like it or not, for what comes next. Why not just pull the plug now? But as we reach the top of the steps, the answer to why we have to stop it is clear. The destruction of humanity is an inevitability, whether it happens all in one night or over the course of generations. Humans, be it Mandus or anyone else, are great at killing each other. It may genuinely be one of our defining traits as a species. But regardless of whether or not one ending is better than another, it was never Mandus's choice to make. He had no right to take the destruction of humanity upon himself, and if now, by ending the process he's worked so hard to begin, he's dooming humanity to a worse fate, so be it. He has to allow the future to play out. It may not be a good thing to do, but it is the right thing. Maybe. I guess it's hard to say for sure. Unlike the first entry into this series, Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs does not give you the option to pick between multiple endings. I suppose it wouldn't make sense considering the larger overall narrative of the games. No matter how you play, or what you think, the same ending plays out every time. And I think for a game that puts so much heavier a focus on its story than its gameplay, I can appreciate that. Mandus sacrifices himself to destroy the machine. I guess we knew it was coming. Mandus and the machine were intrinsically tied to each other. Mandus a Jekyll to the machine's Hyde. One cannot live without the other. The machine is too great to be destroyed in any meaningful way. Mandus already tried, but Mandus himself is small enough that his own destruction is a lot more simple. The machine begs, for the sake of Mandus's children, for him to stop. But his children are already gone. With the screams of the city above us, one last reminder of Mandus' sins, of his hubris, and the role he played in the destruction of his own empire, a modern Ozymandias, if you couldn't tell from the name, Mandus ends the machine. The screams go silent, and the pigmen are finally allowed their peace. Mandus dies, just as midnight strikes, and the new century begins. I'm sorry, my boys. I was such a fool. I suppose I have accomplished a version of the goal I set out towards at the beginning of this game. I've been reunited with my children. I've heard an interesting quote a couple times from a couple different people. I don't know where exactly it originally comes from, and the exact phrasing changes, but it goes something like this. If you don't make choices for yourself, someone else will end up making them for you. And it's a quote I agree with. Whether you recognize it in the moment or not, inaction is a choice just like anything else. It's a surrendering of control, the granting of another party or person final say in the outcome of your own situation. I'll come right out and say it. Sometimes, doing nothing is the best option, and people who are able to recognize that can be valuable allies or leaders. Avoiding a dangerous or complicated situation by simply not becoming involved in it, under the right circumstances, showcases wisdom and discipline. However, there are certain people who are, for one reason or another, incapable of inaction. They're terrified by the lack of control, by the concept of being perceived as weak or cowardly, or by the idea that someone might snatch away their ability to make decisions the moment they stop utilizing it. These people are incredibly prone to action, come hell or high water. I think any healthy decision-making process benefits from the insight of both of these types of people. Someone willing to take decisive action and someone willing to wait and watch can cultivate a much more thorough and constructive plan if they're simply capable of sharing information and ideas in a rational manner. Well, here's the thing about humanity. We do our best, but in a lot of cases, rationality is not our strong suit, especially not in unexpected emergency situations. You always pray that there's going to be a doctor or a soldier or a survival expert around when things go wrong, but in plenty of cases, it's just a bunch of people who have no idea what they're doing who've suddenly been forced to actively consider their own survival. Again, it's not the end of the world if everyone can keep their heads on straight, but, well. This dangerous and potentially destructive dynamic is only exacerbated in situations where a person's regular understanding of reality is thrown into question. When the danger isn't just injury or starvation or the elements, but something beyond experience and rationalization. When you're hungry, even if there isn't food around, you know logically what it takes to solve that problem. You might not know how to treat a broken bone or a puncture wound, but you do know that someone does, and you can prioritize finding a way to get into contact with them. Being able to comprehend the source of a problem, and that problem's hypothetical solution, even in cases where it's not immediately accessible, allows for a person or group to make more informed and calm decisions. That all goes out the window when reality stops allowing for context-based decision-making. How would you fight a ghost? What do you do when demands are made of you by an entity not of this world? What steps do you take when infected by a disease that no doctor on the planet has ever heard of? Even the most solid of groups will fall apart when faced with this level of catastrophe. The moment when one person, working with the same information as everyone else, makes up their mind about a course of action and decides that any other course of action will result in death and destruction, stakes immediately get really high, and the capacity for things to get really bad really quickly becomes much greater. What if someone told you that for the group to survive, you needed to die? Or what if it wasn't you, but someone you loved? What if everyone around you became convinced that you held the secret to their survival and became determined to use that secret you held, whether you agreed or not? What if they were right? Would you be willing to give up yourself or your love for the potential sake of the group? Or would you doom everyone just for a chance? If you knew these were your two options, and that refusing to make a choice would just lead you down one of those paths anyway, would you be able to live with yourself either way? Can you make a choice, knowing that there isn't a right one? Howdy, Boneheads, and welcome to the third episode of our journey through the entire Amnesia games series. In our last episode, we took on the role of a man named Oswald Mandus right at the turn of the century as he searched memoryless through the bowels of his massive estate for his missing children, who had apparently become trapped due to the sabotaging of a strange and ominous machine beneath the earth. There were pretty clear differences between the first two games in this series, and therefore our first two entries have been mostly disconnected, save for some minor lore connections we discovered by reading letters and notes. However, the game we'll be looking at tonight has notable connections to both of our previous games, in one case thematically, and in the other case lore-wise. We'll get into that a little bit later. Amnesia Rebirth came out 7 years after A Machine for Pigs, and represented Frictional's return to the series they had begun 10 years ago. You may remember that A Machine for Pigs was developed by the Chinese Room, while Frictional Games was working on Soma. After the huge success of Soma, there was a lot of pressure on Frictional to continue releasing quality horror. The creative director for Frictional, Thomas Grip, even going so far as to say the expectation from certain members of the community was that whatever game Frictional released next had to somehow change horror as a medium. You can imagine that with such high expectations, both internally and externally, the company wanted to make sure that they could stand by whatever they put out next. And so, according to certain online sources, they took the time not only to refine the graphics and physics of their project, but to also cultivate a clear identity for their game that they could work off of. Whether or not they accomplished this effectively is a point of contention in the community. Like any game that releases in the modern era, this game has received a lot of criticism, but there's a very specific element to this criticism that I can't stand, because it's become so common in the gaming landscape and has basically not once ever been a good argument. You're not gonna be shocked. Amnesia Rebirth, drumroll please, stars a female protagonist. It's not even the first Amnesia game to do it, but it is the first and only mainline game where you play as a woman. Unsurprisingly, about half to three-fourths of the negative criticism I see for this game has to do with the fact that many of the plot points and themes of the game revolve around the female experience. We'll get into this a little more once we start covering the plot, but the game's called Rebirth for more reasons than one. It's very frustrating that unless your protagonist is either a man or a basically naked woman, a significant and loud portion of the internet deems your game woke or SJW bait. I really want to never have to talk about this again on my channel, but it's been a hard factor to ignore while researching for this script. Also, if you're mad about this paragraph, it's time to re-examine what's worth getting mad about. There's no comment you can make about my wokeness that I haven't already read, but let's face it, you're gonna comment anyway. Just like your criticisms, you aren't unique or interesting at all. Incel shit aside, some people have more valid criticisms about this game's pacing and its willingness to interrupt your game experience with cutscenes and dialogue. This wasn't very distracting in my experience, but I'm much more willing to acknowledge and consider that feedback while examining the game. There are a number of moments in the earlier games where your walking speed and focus is interrupted by a flashback or piece of dialogue, so to me, these breaks in gameplay aren't necessarily unexpected. I've also seen a lot of people calling this game a walking simulator, but having just covered A Machine for Pigs, this doesn't feel very true, at least comparatively. To that point, a lot of popular survival mechanics from the first game have returned. The physics engine is a lot closer to what it was in the first game, which is awesome because I love throwing shit around like it weighs nothing, and the game also has you managing limited light resources again. One minor but meaningful difference with the gameplay is that instead of using tinderboxes, which can only light one candle at a time, we use matchsticks, which can light multiple sources at once and also temporarily provide a moving light source for a couple of seconds. Having to pay attention to our sanity is also back and really serves the plot, especially near the end of the game. Finally, we'll also be getting the opportunity to take a much closer look at the most alien lore from the game series, something I've been glossing over in my other videos because I knew I'd get a more natural opportunity to look at it in this entry. All the stuff with the Otherworld and the Vitae and the Orbs, stuff that mostly was introduced and relevant only in the first game, is relevant again, and this time it's impossible to ignore within the plot. Having said all of that, I think it's about time we meet our protagonist and see what exactly it is that we forgot this time around. March, 1937. Spring. Interestingly, despite being only the third of 4 main games in the Amnesia series, the events of Rebirth are the most recent within the in-universe Amnesia timeline. When we discuss the bunker in the future, we'll actually be traveling to a time 21 years prior to this game. We play as a French engineer named Anastasie Trianon, who I'll be referring to as Tassie going forward, as the majority of her compatriots do. Or did. Before the events of this game began, Tassie was flying to the French Sudan for a mining expedition with her husband Salim to make structural mining plans for the Triple Crown Mining Company. Really interesting stuff. Our game opens on this very flight, as Tassie in voiceover speaks to either herself or us in the audience about the nature of pain and how it changes a person, how it makes you want to hide or lash out. She mentions that time helps you forget pain, but also helps you forget the precious moments as well, an idea that I think most fans of the series will be very familiar with at this point. As Tassie explains her position, and we see a collection of her sketches, it becomes clear to us that this pain that Tassie is speaking about is something very personal to her. She's speaking from experience. The sketches we see are beautiful and depict mostly happy and calm scenes, but her words contradict this. As the opening monologue ends, we as the audience wonder what exactly Tassie had to endure, and how this experience will relate to our game. A really fascinating moment follows directly after this monologue, because it's the first time it's happened in the series. We get to see something before the amnesia sets in, that being the flight I mentioned a second ago. We meet her husband, Salim, who is nervous about turbulence, and see multiple other people around us on this flight, likely the rest of the people we'll be working with once we get to the French Sudan, possibly people we already know. We're also introduced to Maka, a little stuffed monkey that Tassi pulls out to comfort Salim. This already gives us some clues to what Tassi and Salim have dealt with before the events of this game, especially when Salim mentions that Maka has had a hard life. It's possible that Maka was simply a childhood toy of Salim's, but something about the energy of the scene makes this seem unlikely, especially when you consider that the sketch Tassi was working on before the scene seemed to depict a little girl holding the monkey. Here's the thing about any game that opens on board a plane. That plane is gonna crash. BioShock, The Long Dark, Stranded Deep, The Forest. On the off chance that you ever discover your life as a video game, I would hugely recommend avoiding planes. Unfortunately for Tassi, I didn't get the chance to let her know because she was born 93 years before I was and also isn't real. It's not immediately clear what causes the crash, but as we look out the window and watch our engines fail, we see these weird flashes where the desert seems to be replaced by an eerie green landscape full of strange architecture. We don't really get the chance to take anything in though because... In the depths of unconsciousness, we encounter some strange things. Flashes of faces we don't recognize in places we cannot comprehend. As we're struck by these baffling images, Tassi pleads with someone, again, almost certainly herself, not to forget something, not to lose something. She needs to find someone, him, to make him understand. She angrily says, "It's her, it's all because of her," playing more of that pronoun game that horror game characters love to play. As she comes to, Tassi reminds herself that she's still Tassi. One thing that by now we're very used to the Amnesia games doing is presenting us with information that clarifies nothing and only leads to more questions. There are so many moments in our first two videos where I say something along the lines of, "I still have so many unanswered questions. What is this? What the hell are you talking about, man? What the hell? I have no idea where I am at this point. Did they crucify a pig? To what end? What was the purpose? Why are there cut-up human bodies down here?" And unsurprisingly, this element is going to continue with this game, and spoiler alert, the next game too. I know a lot of people, when they're in a horror experience, want to let the narrative just wash over them and reveal itself naturally. But in this style of video, I think it's valuable to call a little bit more attention to each mystery as it's presented to us, because more than anything, this channel is all about recognizing how a piece of fiction goes about scaring you. And in the Amnesia series, a lot of the true horror comes from the unraveling of the personal mystery. So, here are the questions we should be asking ourselves as Tassi wakes up and the true game begins. 1. Who are the different people Tassi is mumbling about during unconsciousness? The him she needs to make understand, and the her whose fault something is. Admittedly, there are potentially other questions to be answered before this one, as Tassi is clearly also referencing further information we are not aware of that would be relevant to these unknown people. 2. What is the cause of the amnesia that Tassi is referencing and that we're about to become familiar with? It seems easy to assume it was the crash itself that caused it, just simply head trauma, but Tassi seems to be aware of her memories leaving her as they do, which, as a person who has suffered amnesia from head trauma in real life, isn't how that works. 3. What is this sensation that we have to shake off as soon as we wake up? We're fighting something. Is it simply fear? Adrenaline? I doubt it, but laudanum helps. Maybe it's nothing, but this is probably something we should be keeping an eye on. 4. What does this note in my sketchbook mean? I have to remember, she will die, find Salim. That last part makes sense, but the rest of it? Did I write this? If so, when? I don't see how this could have happened while I was unconscious, and it definitely wasn't here when the plane crashed. Am I missing something? 5. What caused the crash? It was clearly something supernatural, and whether or not we're grounded intentionally is going to be valuable to know, especially if we plan on making an escape from the area down the line. 6. What's going on with the monkey? A lot of attention was placed on it very early on, and to me, it's clearly got to symbolize something. 7, and this is arguably the most important question, where did everybody go? This plane was full of people, and everyone is gone. Did they leave me behind? Our confusion is interrupted by the sound of a doctor's voice coming over the radio. We can't find a way to respond, though. Shit. The plane is dark and destroyed. It's impossible to tell where we landed without going outside, but hopefully I can try to find a radio, or at least where everyone else went.
I still don't understand why they would leave me. I also don't understand how anyone could have gotten outside with the door handle to the plane still broken off from the door and on the floor. I guess it could have fallen after they closed it? Oh, Jesus. That's right. I can't help but notice something weird on my wrist, but I guess we'll talk about that later. First things first, I have to go die in the desert, probably. There's a bunch of luggage piled under the wing. How long was I unconscious for? Clearly the survivors had some time to organize. I also can't help but notice that there aren't any bodies around, so maybe that means everyone survived. That's good. Around this point, we have our first little flashback. And I know what you're thinking. Flashback? To when? We just crashed. And that's the thing. It actually seems like we didn't. Tassie remembers people being hurt in the crash, being outside the plane, and that means two things. One, Tassie's memory loss is a lot worse than we thought. We assumed we had just crashed because we came to on the plane, but clearly we've done other things, which implies that the amnesia we're experiencing probably is caused by something other than head trauma. Two, after some amount of time, Tassie came back to the plane alone. That piece of information weirdly makes me more nervous than the first one. If there were survivors, and I was with them, why am I not with them now? We should go find out. Right now, our only mission is to find Salim. I'm nervous, knowing these kinds of games, that it's going to be revealed that I did something terrible, but truly, I can't even guess what that might be. Did I somehow cause the plane to crash? That doesn't seem like something I would do, but how can I know? The flashbacks keep coming. Salim was hurt, something about caves. A cave seems pretty good right now. That sun is killing me. While we're walking, it's worth noting, this is such a different opening environment than anything else we've seen from these games. Don't get me wrong, I love cobblestone and creepy paintings, but it's nice to see something different. It's refreshing, which is ironic considering the setting. Also, I don't know if you noticed this earlier, but Tassie has an actual physical body that you can look down at and see, as well as a shadow. It's a little thing, but it makes us feel a lot more present in the environment. Okay, well, there's the cave. Let's see if anyone's in there. I haven't mentioned in this series that Amnesia loading screens tend to give little cryptic notes about your character and their history. Usually it's just background information or little clues to the story that you can piece together later, and they arrive out of order in the first two games, but in this game, the loading screens are a little bit more relevant, so I'm going to bring them up when they tell us anything interesting. In this case, we see our husband Salim holding a little baby girl. That certainly tells us a couple things. Gives a little context to that stuffed monkey we saw earlier, a little insight into the pain that Tassie was referencing earlier. I don't want to jump the gun on drawing conclusions from this first scene because I know there are going to be a lot more, and I like presenting information in these videos in a similar structure to how we receive them in the actual game. Having said that though, we're already very familiar with the power a child, even one who is no longer with us, holds over a parent. Definitely going to be worth keeping in mind as we progress. Well, here we are, and here they aren't. Shit. Well, of course it wasn't going to be that easy. Maybe there's something around here that can point me in the right direction though. Yikes. Looks like Salim had a real rough go of it. Looks like we also really love each other though. That's gotta be nice in this situation. It's pretty stressful to love something in an Amnesia game though, because, well, these are not happy games generally. But look, until I see a body, I still have hope. Matches. Good. Probably won't need them with that bright sun out there unless... Oh, yeah, of course. There's scary tunnels in here. And I also remember someone saying there was something in them. Water everywhere and not a drop to drink, am I right? Speaking of which, hopefully these guys found a water source somewhere because I figure that's going to become a problem pretty quickly here. So we do have a daughter. Left her back in Paris, apparently. That's good. This would be a much more difficult situation if I had to deal with a baby, assuming she even... Well, it's a good thing she's at home. God, so many people have written notes to loved ones they're not sure they'll see again. This Amnesia game already has the most heart and the highest stakes from the get-go. At least it sounds like a bunch of people went out to find a radio, and they must have found it, judging by what I heard on the plane. Everyone must have just moved to wherever the radio was. Maybe they've already been rescued without me. I don't have time to think about that. I'm in an actual survival situation now, and I know that when you're lost, you're supposed to stay put until someone finds you, but clearly that wasn't working for me, so it's time to take matters into my own hands. Shit. So some people didn't make it. But, well, it looks like this was intentional. She couldn't take it. Things must have gotten pretty bad. A note from Salim clarifies a couple things. More people are dead, first of all, and I don't even remember anyone enough to mourn them yet. He also backs up the idea that some sort of creature is stalking this area. Awesome. And I'm sure we also have nothing to defend against it, whatever it is. He also ends the note with a message to me, saying he's trying to find me. I don't understand how we could have gotten so separated, especially if I woke up in a place so close to our camp. My goal hasn't changed. I just need to be careful now that I know there's something in here. Oh, that's really dark. That's not spooky castle dark, that's dark dark. We're gonna have to be really careful with our matches. Salim marked the path he took with scraps from his diary, things he wrote before any of this happened. He says it's just the two of us now. I wonder what I meant when I said I left my daughter in Paris. God, if you haven't played these games before, I don't think you understand how valuable it is to be able to light multiple light sources with one match. You can be much smarter with your exploration this way, and you're incentivized to hold on to your matches until the right moment. It's definitely not a good time being in the dark, though. Sometimes you gotta use one even with nothing to light. As we walk through this first dark stage, imagine being in a twisted cave system with only a handful of matches. Imagine getting deeper and deeper, praying you find either more or a way out, watching your light source slowly dwindle. What if you don't find anything in time? What if you get trapped in the dark? I made a similar point in my Still Wakes the Deep video, that in games like these, you're guaranteed that your path will end in progression, but in an actual survival scenario, there's a reality where your path just ends, and you realize that you threw yourself into the dark without an escape plan. Maybe you could feel your way out, but remember, there's a creature down here, and your fear affects your ability to move, if it is even just fear. Horror games are good at getting us close to the feeling, but the reality of the terror would be oppressive, mind-shattering. These noises in the background are not making me feel better about things. Just gotta... Shit! This is bad news. My mental state is clearly not very good, but I swear there's a light in the darkness. I just have to... Oh, fuck! God, what's happening? What am I seeing? Also, am I running somewhere? Where the fuck? Okay. Alright. Let's take stock. So, yeah, there's an element to whatever's going on with me that is outside my head. Something was wrong with my arms, but they look normal now. Also, I clearly have started moving around in moments of unconsciousness. That certainly could be one explanation for how I got separated from the rest of the group. Maybe I just fucking ran. I don't know what I keep seeing in those moments, but I get the feeling it's the cause of whatever is happening to me. Also, worth mentioning, they were all right about the thing in the caves. It looked kinda human-shaped, but I know better than to trust human-shaped things. And speaking of which, probably not a good idea to just sit around and wait for more things to find me. I'm even more lost than I was before. It seems like I'm still in the cave, but I have to keep moving forward. I just have to find Salim, but I'd take anyone at this point. Tussie remarks that the pain in her body is gone, which is good, especially considering how much she's already been through. That's probably adrenaline. Once we get to safety, we are gonna crash hard, I bet. This cave seems off. Oh, hey, right, that weird thing on my wrist. I haven't really even had time to think about it. I've just been quietly assuming it was an Omnitrix, but I guess it looks more like a compass upon further inspection. It also feels alive, which is weird, but I'll take what I can get down here. Whoa. What did I just do? The baby's name is Alice. Oh, a little more light. That's nice. It's like I'm opening doorways with this compass, or amulet as the game calls it. But to where? And why do I have it? Shit! Damn it! It's not an exact science, I guess. This cave is weird. These lights seem organic. The atmosphere is so strange. I just want to get out of here and... Where the fuck am I? It almost looks like what I saw at the plane window before we crashed. This haunting green landscape with a pale sun? Moon? I don't even know what I'm looking at. These jagged rock formations, these strange plants or vines or whatever, the statues in the distance. Did the amulet bring me here? This is precarious. Look, I don't know what this place is called or if it even has a name, so for the time being, I'm just gonna call it Place I Desperately Don't Want to Be and really focus all my attention on getting back to the scary monster cave, I guess. There aren't a lot of good options here, but this is a bit too much for me. There better be a way to leave. Oh, a body. Maybe this note will... Brennenberg. The shadow. The orb. As Tassi, none of this really means anything to me, but to us, this is a huge note. In fact, we actually know this body. We recognize the name of Thurston Herbert.
He was on some kind of expedition in Algiers, a city in Algeria, North Africa. He, working with the help of someone called Professor Herbert, found a buried tome, something related to a legend of Tin Hinan, whatever or whoever that is. His goal was to uncover artifacts to be delivered to the British Museum.
Algiers is where we were flying from when the crash happened. The body in front of us is someone Daniel worked with years and years ago when he was seeking the tome of an entity called Tin Hinan. This is the body of the man who enabled Daniel to find the orb and meet the shadow and start the sequence of events that would turn him into a torturing murderer. Meanwhile, Herbert must have figured out the same thing that Alexander was trying to figure out, how to use the orb to get to his home world. Is this that world? The place where Alexander was trying to return to was here? I don't mean to question the logic of a formerly immortal murdering alien aristocrat, but I really don't think this place is any better than your massive forest castle. Whatever, that's not the point. Herbert was aware of the shadow and the orbs and even Brennenberg before his death, and all of this information brought him here, to a random spot in another world where he got trapped, seemingly because he didn't have the amulet we somehow have tied to our wrist. I wonder if back when Daniel got trapped behind that slab of rock, it was similar to what happens when we stop focusing our compass on one of the weird gates. Maybe it was the orb that allowed him to escape. Thurston clearly had an orb at one point, but the shadow took it. This makes sense. We know the shadow chased down Daniel and his orb, so it must have done that for Herbert too. He wonders if maybe the shadow destroyed this whole world. Maybe it did, but if it did, I would have expected things to look a little fleshier. Look, I'm very aware that coincidence is a thing, but the idea that I happened to crash right on top of the very same place that Daniel and Herbert discovered and encountered strange artifacts just like they did makes me think that something is leading people here. Something wanted something from Daniel and Herbert, maybe not the same thing, and now it wants something from me. This is a fucking crazy moment, and if this is the first Amnesia game you've ever played, it means basically nothing to you. Just a weird bit of information where you'll mostly be focused on the amulet and whatever the gate builders are. We've seen the power and influence of the orbs before, the visions they give you and the violence they inspire. It's incredibly exciting, if horrifying, to realize that we're finally in a place where we can begin to understand where they come from and what they do. But as Thurston mentions in his note, there's no water or sustenance here, so we should probably try to secure an exit. As I mentioned earlier, water is going to be a big problem in a second. I'm still alive though, so someone must have found something. I just don't remember. Moving on. We know there has to be an escape. The note specifically mentioned it. But this place is huge and dark and weird. What if we never find one? What if we're trapped here for... Oh, thank fuck. I know it's a lateral move, but I'm pretty stoked about not being there anymore. Out of the frying pan and into the same frying pan. Shit, it just took me to another spot out here. A spot where something is making a terrifying noise and I'm getting sneak prompts. Awesome. God, if you thought you didn't know what to expect in a big scary castle, try walking around in an extra-dimensional nightmare fog while something wee screams at you from an unknown direction. I miss the Cairn. Cairn. Please, 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 please. Are you kidding me? This is not what I expected. I mean, it's nice, but I don't trust it. Looks like I found Salim, but the baby, Alice, fades away too. I think I was right not to trust this situation. God, what was that? All the imagery of my child, of birth, I don't know. I really doubt these are just memories. Something is showing me this, but I don't know if it's something out there or something inside me. Whatever the case, it really seems like we're back in the desert, so small victories, I guess. Tassi feels different, like she doesn't fit her body, whatever that means. I'm not sure we can do anything about that right now, so back into the darkness with you. God, it's not a fun place to be, but it's better than the place I just was. Maka! Alright, we're going the right way. We got a little sidetracked, but this is good news. I wonder if he's still in this cave, or if he... Finding Maka triggers a really important memory in us. Tassi is pregnant, and has been the whole time. It's a wild thing to forget, but... Jesus, that really changes the vibe of this whole thing. Trying to survive on your own is already a struggle, but now there's so much more to it. The fall, the crash, We have to be a lot more careful moving forward. We have to find Salim as soon as... Fuck. Of course he's dead. A man like him with an expecting wife, if he were still alive, he would have found her already, I'm sure of it. Now, Tassie has to do it alone. Not just her survival, but anything and everything that comes after it. Luckily, she's clearly not too far along, so there's no risk of her going into labor or anything, and she's still mostly mobile, but this is a huge blow. If she makes it out of this, there'll still be a lot of pain waiting for her. At least her recent memory gives her another thing to push on for. Leaving Salim can't be easy, but it just wouldn't make sense to try to bring his body with us. Maybe one day someone will be able to recover it, but for now, we keep moving. What killed Salim? That thing we saw earlier? Or was it just his wounds from the crash? He had enough time to write a bloody note, so clearly if something attacked him, it didn't kill him all at once. I really don't want to meet this thing either way. Damn, maybe he just got bashed by a rock. I totally forgot you can die in caves for reasons other than monster attacks. We gotta go! Ah, we're dead. Crushed by a cave-in. Bummer. Call it. Oh, scratch that. I forgot about the power of love and human determination. I always forget about that. It's weird. I feel like by this point in the other Amnesia games, I've developed a healthy distrust for the protagonist, but I'm really not feeling that for Tassie at this point. There really hasn't been much to indicate that Tassie is responsible for anything horrible, and more than anything else, I feel sorry for her, both for being in the situation she's in now and for some of her history that I'm starting to cobble together in the background. There's still a lot of game left, though, and it's not like people who have been hurt are incapable of hurting other people, so I guess we'll find out. Oh, holy shit, we're outside! We actually made it out of the cave! Now that Tassie remembers she's pregnant, she can hold her stomach to check on things at any time. Probably a good call, considering everything she's been through. Things seem fine now. I'm not a doctor or a person who's capable of experiencing pregnancy, so I don't know how much movement or weight or whatever you can feel at the stage of pregnancy, but I do think the action is probably a valuable grounding tool and a way to remind yourself of what your priorities are. If I was in Tassie's situation, I would be terrified to move at all. But again, we both know that staying in one place isn't a good idea right now, so we're just gonna have to take that risk. Oh my god, a building! It looks like a fort or a base or something. There could totally be a radio in there. God, Salim was so close. Maybe if I had just been with him... I can't think about that. Just gotta keep our eyes on the prize. Okay, so in one of our memories, another woman guesses that this statue might be of something called Tin Hanan, who is apparently the mother of the Tuareg, a group of people from North Africa. I really hope I said that right. I don't know. We've heard that name before, again, from the expedition of Daniel and Herbert. They were looking for her tomb. That name keeps popping up. Alright, so it looks like a lot of the group made it to the base already. It would be pretty nice if everyone was just there waiting for me, but I'd put money on that not being the case. Okay, so whatever the source of that isn't confined to the caves. That's good to know, even if it makes me nervous that I'm going to end up back in that creepy other world again. Well, that's certainly ominous. And I've definitely been here before. Not too much has happened in the loading screen so far, just a lot of the game showing us how much Tassie and Salim love Alice. We're starting to see her grow up a little. She appears to be a toddler now. Man, it's weird watching babies grow so fast. As expected, there's no one here. We're clearly on their trail, though. I can investigate these buildings while I make a plan for what to do next. There'll probably be some supplies somewhere. Yes! A radio! It's behind a door, but it has to be working. If I can just find a way there, maybe I'll finally be saved. It's a little dark in here, but compared to all the other places I've been today, this place is honestly pretty cozy. I wonder where the soldiers who were camped out here went. Oh my god, another elevator. At least this one is broken before I use it. I don't think I could handle another elevator crash, especially not with precious cargo. We should find a way to fix it, though. This place is slowly beginning to feel less cozy. I think something is moving around us. You always hear the freaky thing before you see the freaky thing in these games. Speaking of hearing, it sounds like the doctor guy on the radio found a village and is there with another one of the survivors. That's great! If I can just figure out how to get to the radio, I can find out where the village is and get medical attention or rescue, or both. I just have to survive whatever's in here now. I suppose this is one way to repair an elevator. Being near monsters increases my fear, does it? You don't say.
Shit!
Apparently, whatever I just saw, or kinda saw, is something I've seen before. I called it a ghoul. Makes me wonder if maybe the soldiers here didn't leave. Did something here get to them first? Yeah, kind of feels like that answered my question. Again, though, these deaths are self-inflicted. Is there something more to what's happening here? A reason why a death by your own hand is favorable to another? While I ponder that, I'm just gonna push this cannon until... I should have made a cannonball joke there. Oh well. I fucking made it! Please just work. Yes! The doctor, a man called Metzier, something, seems a little surprised or maybe disappointed to hear that it's me. Maybe he was hoping for someone else. I don't know. I don't really care either, though, because now I've got a real plan in place. The doctor tells me to head through a mountain pass to make my way to the village. If he's already made it there, then it must be possible. The doctor also doesn't seem surprised to hear about the issues we've been having. The memory loss and the blackouts and the visions and the movement. Before he can explain anything to us, though, the line goes out. Classic. All right, good to know I still have at least one person I can trust. Just gotta get to that mountain pass. So, something attacked us here. It wouldn't shock me if it was the same thing from the cave, which raises a new concern. Could these things I still really haven't gotten a good chance to get a look at, just be everywhere? All over this desert? If that's the case, they could be in the mountain pass too, and even the village. Oh well. Nothing I can really do about that now. I guess I've just got to keep my head on a swivel. Oh, that was fast! Okay. We're okay. How do I get to the... Oh, the gate. I remember running from something through it. Which probably means it's locked then. I can't help but notice a big old tank over here, though. It doesn't have any ammunition in it, but hey, this is a military base. Maybe I can find something in another one of these buildings. I don't love being in a tight space like that right now, but still, I don't really have any other options. It smells like death in here. Okay, looks like it's time to become a chemist. Amnesia games love forcing you to make a concoction. This one will just be our most explosive one yet. Oh, yikes. I guess that explains the death I was smelling. This is one of those kinds of rooms that, if I encountered it as Daniel or Mandus, I would assume I had something to do with. But again, I really don't think any of this is my fault. Tassi doesn't strike me as a particularly violent person. There's nothing to indicate to me that she's seeking out immortality or that she's desperate to go to that other world. It seems to me like Tassi's just along for a ride she had no interest in getting on. Fucking parkour! It really does seem like something or someone was torturing people in here, or at least doing something to them. Kinda reminds me of what it takes to make the Vitae. I wonder if someone needed that here, maybe to cross over into that other world. Herbert, maybe? I don't know. Okay, looks like I'm missing an ingredient, but I think I know exactly where it was. It should be in that other building I just left. Sucks going back in there, but maybe if I'm quick enough, it won't matter. Alright, easy enough. No problem It's fine! We're fine, don't worry. Alright, that's our alchemy done. We should have enough firepower to open that gate now. Just gotta line up the shot, and... Well, this is going just about as poorly as it could have gone. This loading screen is short, and a little vague, but concerning. We just hear a little gasp from Alice, and Tassi reacting with concern. By this point, I think a lot of us have figured out where this is going. We'll talk about it later, though. We've got a bigger problem. Ugh, man. It's not an elevator crash this time, but it feels about the same. Some debris landed on me. That's really bad. I need to make sure that... I guess I'm fine. I swear I should be more injured than I am, but I'm fine. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, but there's definitely something weird going on with my body. I don't even know where I am, and it looks like my only option is to move further down, which I definitely don't prefer. At least the gate's probably open up there. I can still make progress if I find a way out. Hey, the baby's kicking. That's nice. Again, a good reminder of what I'm doing all this for. It's not just about my survival. Mechanically, whenever Tassi feels kicks, she can check on her stomach to reduce her fear. Probably healthier than the laudanum. That light again, that figure. It almost seems like it's guiding me, but I don't know if it's towards danger or safety. It hasn't done anything to me, and it seems different than the other monsters I've been catching glimpses of, so I'm choosing to trust it for now. For now. Hey, one of those weird canisters. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. Tihana. It's talking about some empress I've never heard of, but it sounds like she's got something to do with the orbs, which raises the question. What exactly was she the empress of? Oh, fuck, we gotta hide. Wherever we are is definitely not a safe place to be. Let's just figure out this platform puzzle and get out of here. Jesus fucking... There have already been way too many close calls. Come on, I solved everything and avoided the monster. Just let me out, please. I guess there's still more sneaking and hiding to do. Why not, right? What are these things? I guess now's as good a time as any to think about the situation. They've been everywhere I've gone, which means they're either everywhere or following the same path I am, probably hunting the survivors I'm trying to find. They're obviously aggressive, but is it that they want to eat me or just kill me? They seem disconnected from the weird blue light figure I've been seeing, but they can't be that disconnected, because these two clearly supernatural occurrences being completely unrelated seems very unlikely. They've clearly been here since before we got here, because the soldiers were already dead when we arrived at the base. Man. It's good to go over everything we know, but it annoyingly doesn't clear anything up for me. These things could come from anywhere. They could want anything. They're just threats, and I guess the only thing I need to worry about as it applies to them is not getting spotted by one. Oh, cool. A water section. This would definitely be an unfortunate time for the Cairn to show up. No dice on that, but hey, that looks like daylight. Hopefully I get spit out somewhere close to the gate, or maybe even inside the mountain pass, but either way, it means there's still hope. Oh, man. Whoa. Hey. Okay, again, I'm choosing to believe that this thing is helping me. I'm rather disoriented right now, which is never something you want to be underwater. Outside! Outside for real! God, what an interesting choice to break this game up with sections of daylight. The relief you feel finding open, well-lit spaces is great, and it makes the inevitable plunge back into the dark that much more intimidating. But for now, Tassie feels like something might be wrong with her baby. Is it just me, or does her stomach look a little bigger? I'm sure I'm just misremembering. You again. You know, if you just communicated with me, that could be really helpful. It would be easier for me to trust you if you gave me a reason to. I guess I've been trusting you anyway, and I'm still alive, so... Just please don't fuck me over. I've already been through so much. Man, this place is beautiful. Tassie has a memory of her group of survivors encountering the same glowing figure we've been seeing. In her memory, it kind of looks like a hooded woman. Everyone else is scared of her and doesn't trust her, but Tassie seems to think the figure is trying to help. Maybe that's why we've been so willing to follow her already, or why she's been appearing to us in the first place. Maybe she was the only reason the others were able to find that village. Speaking of which, I must be in the mountain pass now, right? I need to know I'm still going the right way. A note we find written by ourselves nearby answers a lot of our questions. It seems like we separated from Salim because he was too injured and we wanted to go search for help. Another one of my friends, a man named Hank, was attacked by ghouls and was also hurt. Apparently when the figure first appeared to us, she offered healing and safety, and Tassie personally agreed. As we reach the end of the note, Tassie's handwriting becomes thicker, heavier, almost more animalistic. That's certainly interesting, but I'm more focused on something else. Tassie agreed to something offered by a supernatural figure she didn't understand, acting as the voice of a group that didn't trust the entity themselves. She made a decision without understanding the consequences, and at some point after that, she was separated from her group and left without her memories. Is it possible that at some point between making the deal and waking up back in the plane, that Tassie did something terrible? What if agreeing in the first place was the terrible thing? I'm sure Tassie only wanted the best, that she wanted to save herself and her compatriots and her unborn child and her husband, but what if she agreed to something that she didn't understand, something terrible? I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, to realize that Tassie is a bad person, but maybe it's not that simple. Maybe her only sin was agreeing to something she didn't understand. And maybe it's none of that. We just don't know yet, but something about all of this concerns me. Oh, I didn't realize I still had that radio. That's helpful. The doctor is talking to us again. Glad we haven't lost him for good. I wonder how that other woman he's with is doing, Yasmin. The doctor tells us that a beacon has been lit and we just have to look for a line of smoke. I can do that. The doctor also says he doesn't know what's happening to Tassi, and that he would need civilization and reference guides and medicine to actually help her. I suppose that makes sense too. There's the smoke. It's still a little ways off, but not that far, all things considered. I can make it there in no time. I don't like this. I don't like how the other world seems to be leaking into... Oh, shit! Is that quicksand? Oh my god, if I died of quicksand after making it through all of... Fuck! Fuck! You've gotta be kidding me! I was right there, and now... I guess I'm in a room? The architecture is strange. I must be back in the other world. Interesting to learn that this place has buildings and stuff, but... God damn it. Okay, we've made it out of this place before. We can do it again. Just gotta start looking around. Oh, good. The little one is fine. Small victories. Just gotta keep focusing on the small victories. Weird. It's like these tablets automatically translate their text to whatever language I read in. This one's talking about Vitae again, as well as the Empress. You know, Vitae, as far as I understand it, is only created through human suffering. If it's here, then that probably means that there are humans here somewhere, though it seems unlikely they're having a good time. If I encounter any humans being tortured, I'm gonna do whatever I can to help them. No one's getting tortured on my watch. Also worth noting, Vitae clearly has restorative properties, but it seems here that it's very temporary, and the only way to actually heal someone with it is to keep giving them doses. I wonder, if Vitae is so temporary, if they've found some way to mass produce it, and if so, who or what they might be trying to heal or keep alive. Also, I've been saying they a lot, but I don't even really know who I'm talking about. I haven't seen anyone around here yet. Alright, we get to do some exploration, some experimentation, and some puzzle solving. There's not an immediate exit here, but it is, you know, a building, so if we keep exploring, I'm sure that we'll eventually find a way out.
It feels like it's waking up.
This note is referencing stock and factories, and other than reminding me a little bit of a machine for pigs, what this note implies is that I was right. They probably are mass-producing Vitae, and humans are probably the stock. God, I hope the deal I agreed to wasn't me giving up my friends to the torture factory. I made the deal to save them. Hopefully it isn't something like, oh, I'll keep them technically alive, but only to torture them, or something like that. That doesn't strike me as a very good deal. Seems like the Vitae is being used to keep this Empress character we keep hearing about alive. An interesting thing I keep noticing is that this Empress clearly desires a child, but is not being given the opportunity to sire one. Her immortality means she won't need an heir, but it seems like that's not why she wants one. A lot of birth and baby stuff going on in this game. I love when alien technology is just kinda a logic puzzle. It doesn't really make sense that someone like me would be able to figure something like this out, but hey, we're doing orb stuff now. Oh, hey, whoa, what have you got going on? This whole deal definitely reads as some sort of life support thing. Are you human? You're shaped like one, kind of, and you definitely don't strike me as a ghoul or something. You don't look very human, though. I'm just gonna borrow this. I'm sure you'll be... Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend I didn't see that coming. I feel pretty bad about it, especially because I still really don't know what's going on, but I don't belong here, and there's really not anyone else around who can help me. It's not like he was really doing anything. Oh, there's actually a lot of valuable information right next to him. His name was Kita, and he was apparently trying to sabotage the Vitae pipelines. Not sure exactly why, maybe he just wasn't a fan of the torment required to produce it, but more interesting than that is that I think Thurston might have been right. It seems like at some point, a, quote, corruption of living flesh came to this place and turned everything into ash and rust. That sounds a lot like a description of the Shadow to me, the thing Thurston theorized might have destroyed this world. It also seems like this thing I've got in my hand, the thing that was keeping Kita alive until a moment ago, is actual Vitae. It seems like maybe ending his life support might have brought him peace. I'm gonna choose to look at it that way. I figured something out. Not sure what. I can see my world through this orb though, so maybe I can use it to get back home. I was so close. Oh, Jesus, is that what I think it is? Oh shit, I have an orb now. Fuck, of course the Shadow is chasing me. I've got to get out of here right now. Once again, this is not where I expected to be. Again, I'm watching my daughter fade away before my eyes. It's the kind of repeated moment that you just know means something. Constantly reaching out for her, constantly wanting to hold her, but that not being possible. I don't know exactly what happened, but I think I know enough. The baby in the sky is getting bigger. The next loading screen shows Alice laying unresponsive on the floor. Jesus Christ, I knew it! Tossie's stomach is definitely growing, way faster than normal. Something's happening to her and to the thing growing inside her. If things keep up like this, we're going to be looking at a real problem very soon. Which is, once again, great incentive to keep moving. There's a ticking clock now on how much longer we're going to be able to move around at all, and if we're not somewhere safe by the point time's up, there's no telling what might happen to us and our child. At least it seems like we're back in the real world again. It's clearly much harder for Tossie to move now. We have to keep using the magic gate things, and I think that means we keep briefly exposing ourselves to the Shadow, who I cannot overstate how much I don't want to have to deal with in this state. Jesus, you're way more aggressive than I remember you being in Castle Brennenburg. Okay, I think it's gone for now. I don't really know why, but I'm not going to let that stop me from being thankful. Speaking of giving thanks, it looks like we've stumbled upon some kind of teleportation device by pure coincidence. If I had to guess, I'd bet that this thing works on a very similar principle to how Alexander's attempted teleportation worked back in Castle Brennenburg, except this looks more high-tech and less capable of being sabotaged by simply being pushed over. Guess we gotta find a way to activate it. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay, maybe that did it? On the way back to the portal to check, Tossie names her future child Amari, a name that can fit either a boy or a girl. She doesn't know yet. Giving this name makes her relationship with her child more meaningful, but arguably even more terrifying. It's becoming so much more personal, so much more real. Will this baby be born today? Will it be normal? Or is whatever's happening changing something inside Tossie? This dread lingers in the back of our mind, but we cannot allow ourselves to focus on it. One thing at a time. Safety first, then we can deal with all the other horrors. Okay, it does look like that just about did it. Damn it. No, there's still more to do. There are these empty container slots that need to be filled, probably with more vitae. We were lucky in finding it last time. Will we be able to find it again? Speaking of finding, I think that this is Thurston and Daniel's camp from that old expedition. You can see the parasol that Daniel mentioned in one of his notes from the Dark Descent. They actually made it into this place? Man, the two of them were a lot more committed to this than I gave them credit for. Okay, we found something that has to do with the production of vitae, and clearly Thurston found it too. Probably how he was able to make any progress into the other world later on. We just have to figure out how to make some vitae. I really hope that doesn't mean what I think it means.
Somehow, other people from my own expedition were able to find their way down here too. They didn't do so well. Here's hoping I make it further. The more tablets I read down here, the more I start to think that this is the exact building where the terrible properties and production methods of vitae were discovered. This is where they found out about the need for suffering, about giving people moments of peace before torturing them again to keep the suffering fresh. For how alien all this is, so much of it seems very human as well. I can see Alexander's origins so much more clearly now. Jesus! Fucking get the hell off of me! What the shit is that? Is it talking? It seemed like it recognized me. How is that possible? I've got to get out of here. This place is genuinely a fucking maze. That thing names other people from my group. How does it know that? How does it know those things? Why does it almost seem like it was one of us? Why does it seem like it's blaming me for something? What did I do? Tassie recognizes, after escaping, that the thing chasing her was Leon. Somehow one of the members of her group was turned into something like that, and blames her for it. What if all of the ghouls we've been encountering, the ones in the cave, in the fort, used to be people? Maybe some that we knew, maybe others that had been there for a long time. What if something in this place changes people, turns them into something they're not? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about how quickly the child inside Tossie is growing. Things have gotten pretty gnarly, pretty fast. There's a substance that looks a lot like blood covering the floor. There are what look like cages hanging from the ceiling. This sure seems like a place that would have to do with vitae production. Oh god, what am I looking at? It looks like someone's been trapped in some kind of device in that room and is being tortured. Oh, wait, I actually think I know exactly what I'm looking at. And is that Leon in there? Or the thing formerly known as Leon, to be more accurate? Well, look, I made a deal with myself earlier. If I see someone getting tortured, I have to help them. I think this is someone named Richard. I bet if I get him out, he'll be able to help me. Just gonna shoop, now you're trapped. Looks like humanity prevails this time. Let me get you down from there, bud. You doing all right? Oh, motherfucker! Are you serious? I just saved your life!
I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Ow! Richard, you fucking coward. How dare you? Whoa, wait, what the hell? I just killed Richard. What's happening to me? I wasn't even in control. What the hell? I don't understand what's happening. Shit. That was so weird. I guess whatever happened in there filled the container I needed filled, which is good, but there are a lot of other elements of this situation that are very clearly bad. It seems like whatever happened to me happened after I got hit by Richard. I guess I already knew that I moved around when I was unconscious, but I didn't think I could be so violent. I haven't really mentioned this because I like to pretend I'm awesome at video games, even though that is demonstrably not the case. But the fail state in Amnesia Rebirth, the condition that would result in death in the other games, is a little different. See, when you take enough damage that you would normally die, you don't actually get a game over. Instead, you get a scene very similar to the one that just played out for us, where Tassi seems to lose consciousness, then move on her own. You don't actually lose progression, not really, and sometimes you even end up further ahead than you had ever gotten on your own. The reason I bring this up is because I think what the scene we just watched illustrates is that, in a way, Tassi kind of can't die. I know humans are pretty resilient depending on the situation, but a hit like that from that distance and that angle, well, if it doesn't kill you, it's going to do some pretty serious lasting damage to your face, eyes, and brain. And yet, after her little murder freakout, when Tassi comes to, she's at least relatively fine. I'm sorry, but no one normal tanks a hit like that. And when you compare this to other moments where Tassi could have died, but instead just woke up in a new location after a little sprint, there's a through line that really seems to indicate that when Tassi reaches a certain level of incapacitation, her body takes over and more than likely heals itself. Sure, she loses control and clearly gets aggressive, but she always walks away from the situation mostly okay. And wasn't that what she had asked for from that glowing figure? For healing and safety? I think we're beginning to understand the horror of Tassi's decision in the desert. Whatever happened to Leon is probably happening to her, but there's still more to uncover before we know anything for sure. Alright, well, I guess we'll make the best of an insane situation and use the newly filled canister to finally actually power the teleporter. I cannot wait to get out of here. Just gotta jam this gate, go under, and... Oh, come on, man! Yeah, how do you like that? This is why you shouldn't grab... Oh, shit! Shit! How many more times am I going to fall into a new area and totally lose my progress? You know what? I'm not even going to waste my breath complaining. Let's just keep going. Ladders are not the friends of pregnant women. Okay, we made it back to where we were. The portal is just... Okay, so now I guess... Oh! I'm not thrilled about whatever is in my body turning me into a monster, but I am pretty psyched that it's probably prevented me from dying or getting serious brain damage multiple times. I've been struck on the head by heavy rocks more than once, which would generally leave me in a much worse place than I am now. Not that I'm in a good place, to be clear. Hey.
It's you.
Alright, don't gotta tell me twice.
I have no idea what we did to deserve all this bullshit.
If that ain't the Amnesia series in a nutshell. Really hope that once we use the teleporter, the shadow leaves us alone. It's not going to be good for anyone if I reach the village and bring it with me. Also, for the record, the loading screens have reached full bummer status at this point. Clearly Alice's health has declined, her mental capabilities, her vision all incredibly limited. We have to know what's coming, but seeing it depicted like this, It's heartbreaking, more so than what we saw in A Machine for Pigs because it's gradual and unintentional and more than anything else, actually depicted. We didn't murder her, we watched her. Well, we'll get to that in a bit. This place is falling apart. It's probably the Shadow's fault. Man, if there is one lesson to learn from these games, it's that if you find an orb in a mysterious location, you should absolutely fucking leave it alone! I don't feel too bad for Leon the more I learn about him. He probably didn't deserve to be turned into a horrifying monster, but he seemed like a real piece of shit, bringing shame to the good Leon name. Also worth mentioning, if we didn't suspect this already, but Leon thinks that everything that is happening is Tassi's fault somehow. Maybe he's right. Still an asshole, though. Okay, so what do... Oh, no. Oh, I hate this. This is my least favorite thing. God, why do they have to sleep like that? They make more noise in their sleep than my old roommate. Haha, catch that stray, Jeremy. That made more noise than I expected. Go, go, go! Fucking... Okay. God, I am so tired. Please just let me get to the village and be done with this. I still feel very lucky that alien technology is apparently this simple to figure out. If only the Shadow would give me a fucking break! I'm not trying to take your precious orb, I'm literally just trying to fuck off home. Work with me here, motherfucker. Also, you're here. Great. I'm out. Have a good one, gamers. We've just about reached the end of things for Alice. Poor girl. It's terrible watching a kid, and I assume especially watching your own kid, succumb to a pain and tired they can't even understand. They don't deserve it. God fucking damn it! The Shadow fucked up the teleporter, and now... God! When bad things happened to Daniel and Mandus, I kind of felt okay about it because it was so clear they deserved it. But even though I don't know exactly what Tassi did or agreed to, I'm certain she doesn't deserve this. Her entire life has been a minor nightmare, from being denied an official marriage to Salim. Oh yeah, I glossed over the fact that their marriage wasn't official because they're a mixed-race couple, to losing her daughter, to crashing, to losing Salim, to every fucking spill and tumble she's taken today. Life isn't fair, but this is some bullshit. Alright, game, now what? More exploration, more puzzle solving, more torture shit. Looks like they've gotten even better at it. What am I looking at here? It looks like they've got bodies in cages and they're x-raying them for something. I have to imagine it's got something to do with the torture stuff, and having said that, I guess the obvious next step is to get in the cage myself and just see what happens. Well, there's Amari. They look mostly normal, that's good. I was a little afraid of there being a tiny monster in me, but that just looks like a normal fetus. Cool. Actually, I changed my mind. I still have some concerns. Oh, hey, you're talking now. What are you... Oh, I remember. The figure told me my child would be born sick, and said that she could save them. It must be the same sickness that Alice had, something that we now know she was born with. Oh, Jesus. For Tassi to go through all of this just to lose another child the way she did the first, she'd be desperate for any solution. The figure tells us that there's aid for us in these walls. Again, I'm putting my trust in this figure, but it's because I have no other choice. Time to see where these cages are going. Oh, to the body pile. Good, I was hoping it would be that. We've reached the point in these loading screens where Alice is gone. It finally happened, the thing we and Tassi knew was going to happen. These painful memories have been with us throughout our experience, and now we, the audience, fully understand the loss that has been present in Tassi's story since the beginning of the game. This was not something that her amnesia erased. She's known Alice was dead the whole time, and yet she's persevered. I know I promised I wouldn't bring it up again, but this is what people got mad about. This is the SJW shit, apparently. People, or let's be real, men, watched this tragedy play out over the course of multiple hours and went, woke, woman moment, feminist. I have to reiterate, it's fine if you don't like this game. It's fine if you have problems with the story, voice acting, graphics, score, level design, enemy behavior, or gameplay. But if this is the element of the story you're criticizing, the fact that the story centers around a woman's loss of her child and her desperation to seize her second chance, and the best criticism you can muster is woke SJW feminist bullshit, I'm sorry, I've got news for you. You're a fucking idiot. Yes, there's an intentional element to making the protagonist a pregnant woman. Yes, the protagonist speaks in the game and speaks to her baby because that's what people tend to do when they're pregnant. Yes, the team who made this game were very outspoken about its themes on social media. If these are problems for you, congratulations on your complete lack of critical analysis capabilities and media literacy. I went back and read more criticisms of the game before writing this paragraph. You people are fucking morons. Okay, I'm actually done. I'm actually not going to bring it up again. I'm just very tired of hearing the same bullshit about every game that has a female protagonist. Care about different things. Alright, now what? There's supposed to be something that's going to help my future child in this area. I just have to figure out what that something is. Where did my ghost friend go? Oh, there you are. Hey. Okay, so what's the plan? You got some kind of alien medicine for me, or some kind of... Oh, I just heard myself. The alien medicine is Vitae. Of course it is. And now I need to create some? You don't mean... Oh boy. There are people in these little pod things. They're clearly alive. What are they doing in there? What's happening to them? I have a theory, but I'm really hoping I'm wrong. I'm probably not, though. Okay, so if I power this, then... Hey. Okay, so earlier I said that if I found anyone trapped, I would do anything I could to free them. There doesn't really seem to be an option for that around here, but honestly, I'm not super worried about that. Here's the thing. I know what it takes to make Vitae, and I know what's going to happen if I don't get it. I even know that it's a temporary solution, but that's not enough to change things for me. I know what this room is for, and what I have to do. Tassie has been through so much. She deserves safety, she deserves healing. But even at the expense of another person? I wonder if it was just her, whether Tassie would be willing to do what she's about to do, but it's not just her anymore. This is for her child. I'm gonna be real with you. You can actually move on without starting the process here. You can just leave without trying to figure out the cure. I wasn't aware of this during my first playthrough, but it probably wouldn't have mattered. From my point of view, I don't see a world where Tassie doesn't do everything in her power to try to save her child, but... Well, let's talk about this more once we reach the ending. For the record, nothing about the overall narrative is affected by this decision. It's fully a morality thing. But anyway, we do it and it sucks, and let's move on. Time to catch a ride. God, it must suck to live here. And I don't mean just in this little area, I mean in this world. Massive industrialized torture, a green thundering sky, ominous and imposing architecture. This place is Bummer City. Look, there's a way out right there! Just open the door! Just let me... Come on, please! What's happening here? Why is... Okay, I definitely don't want to get caught in that thing's line of sight. Good thing there are places to hide in here. Kinda seems like an oversight, but... Whoop! No comment, man. How many ways are there to say that falling hurts? Okay, we're in survival mode now. We just have to move towards the way out of here and not get caught. Easier said than done. By the way, thinking about what it took to get here and how I was transported in a cage that normally holds bodies and seeing all these capsules here, I get the impression these things are basically pain batteries, just places where humans are stored while Vitae is farmed from them. They get tortured, their minds are erased, and they get tortured again. It's the same principle as what was happening in Brennenburg, except way more streamlined. I see now why there were a bunch of people trying to destroy this system, trying to stop the Empress this Vitae is keeping alive, but it honestly seems like the world is in the state it's in because of those people. They didn't stop anything, they just made things worse. Those things floating around looking for us, the wraiths, they used to be people too, just like the ghouls. Things aren't just bad for humans that get brought here, they're bad for everyone. No one benefits from this reality, which is why it's interesting that we find the tool necessary to stop it all. They failed before, but that doesn't mean ending all of this is impossible. Is that something Tassie could do? Maybe to make up for whatever role she played in the fates of her compatriots, for what she did to that person in the cage? I don't know. Again, we'll talk about it more at the end of the game. Doing this process even once brings the Shadow in full force. To take down the entire system, we'd probably need the Shadow to destroy everything. I have a lot of faith in my ability to do that, but less faith in my ability to escape. Worth keeping in mind. I swear, we are right there. We're so close. Oh God, not another elevator. Oh, hey, we're okay. Yes! Yes! Oh. I should have seen this coming. This time, the child we see here is Amari. She says that Alice went away, and they don't want to too.
What is this place? Why does it insist on torturing Tassi, keeping her separated from her children? Is it a side effect of whatever's happening to her body, something coming from the other world? Or is it just her mind, torturing her in the way we torture ourselves, by reliving the painful and the scary long after it's happened? A lot of torture in these games. Not all the same kind. I'm fucking back! I did it! I'm on Earth! And going into labor. Shit, time's up. At least we're not in that other world, but this is still a really bad place to give birth. We're so close to the village, though. Maybe we can still make it. Imagine how painful this walk would be. How exhausting it would be. How easy it would be to give up and fall to the ground and just let whatever's going to happen, happen. Keep imagining that as you watch Tassi keep going through agony and fear and dust. She's already made it this far, just a little further. Where is everyone? I expected to see more people. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The doctor said to go to the tower, so that's where I'm going. Christ! What? A fucking...
Shit!
I'm literally having a baby! I really don't think I should be upside down right now. Can someone please come deal with this? Oh, hey. Yasmin, right? You're also turning, aren't you? You killed people, huh? The people of this village, maybe? Shit. I'm actually fucked, huh? I'm out of options. I can't... Oh, thank God, she's still helping me. Thank God. If I've been fighting it all this time, maybe she has been too. Maybe it's not over. Our suspicions are confirmed. That figure we've been seeing is the cause of all of this, but apparently only because she was trying to help us specifically. What does that mean, though? Why has everyone been blaming me for what happened?
Quickly!
Oh, that's a hardcore move, Yasmin. Actually, a really cool move to trap yourself before you become a threat again. I'm sorry I can't do more to help you, but maybe after I deal with the baby situation. God, I'm still fucking pregnant, except now I have a leg injury. Well, it was a good effort, Yasmin. I guess it's time to die.
I'm here, Tessie.
Holy shit, Dr. Ex Machina, thank God. You gotta help me, man. This baby is here. I don't really have a joke or observation for this scene. Thank God we were able to make it here in time. This dude is our hero. It's over. We hear the cries before anything else. The cries of the child we've been working so hard to protect. The memory of Salim and Tassi's love made physical. It's a girl. The doctor holds our baby in his hands and fucking kidnaps her? What the fuck, dude? We've been given a little bit more information about the situation. That quote-unquote she, probably referencing the figure we've been seeing, or the Empress, just wanted a child, and that if I had given it to her, then everyone would have been saved, including Salim. But I'm not really in the headspace to take that information in right now because I'm going to fucking kill you! I literally just gave birth, and now I'm sprinting at full speed with murderous intent towards this fucking doctor. I'll kill him. I'll kill anyone who touches Amari. I'd kill every person on the plane with my bare hands for a second time before I let anyone take my daughter from me. Fuck nuance, fuck analysis, fuck being a moral human or a moral whatever anymore. We have a new goal all of a sudden, and it's to annihilate this white man. It is worth noting that this place is fucking crazy, but I cannot overstate how much I'm not thinking about that right now. Get back here, bitch! My crippling fear of elevators won't save you. But for the record, that's 3 for 3 on elevators breaking with us in them in these games. As we run through this last area, we remember more about the deal we made, or actually, more accurately, didn't make. Everyone was hurt. Everyone was dying. This figure had offered a deal to save them. Stay with her until I had my child, then give her up. I refused. The figure said she'd still give us aid before we faced the desert. She had us drink water from a fountain. The water healed us. It closed our wounds. It must have been healing me the whole time. But it also changed us. All the ghouls, the weird warped version of Leon, the blame everyone's been placing on me, it's because I wouldn't give up my daughter. It's because by not giving her up, I allowed the figure to curse us. I prioritized a yet unrealized life over the lives of everyone else. If you don't make a choice for yourself, someone else will make that choice for you.
What right did they have to make decisions about Tassi's body and unborn child? I wasn't the one who doomed them. I wasn't the one who brought the plane down. Someone just saw me and took advantage of my situation and gave me two terrible options. They trolley problemed me with my own child. I didn't tie anyone to any tracks. I'm not obligated to save anyone. I think, knowing what we know now, that it's hard to blame Tassi for what she did. Maybe you think she had a moral obligation to try to save the lives of the people around her, and maybe you think the opposite, that she had an obligation to her child, but whatever you think, whatever I think, doesn't matter. Tassi did what she did, and I don't fault her for it. I don't think Tassi's evil. I think people are just capable of doing terrible things to protect their family. Eat your heart out, Mandus. Ugh, I look like shit. But better than expected, all things considered. I'm not changing into a monster, at least. Also, by the way, for the record, Hank is a good guy. He stood by my decision the whole time, even when he started changing himself. He understood. He protected me. Speaking of which, hey buddy, I'm sorry. I wish there was something I could do. I wish he gave me another choice. Alright, Dr. Dickbag, the elevator's fixed, which is bad news for you! Weird area, but no time to worry about that because— Choke on your own blood, you spineless, arrogant rat fuck! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, is that some insane cosmic horror? Cool. Where the fuck is Amari? And now, finally, we reach the end of our game. The doctor dead on the steps, the being responsible for all of this standing before us. We sacrificed everything to keep our daughter. A daughter that both the figure and Tassi believe will be born sick. We allowed everyone to die just to keep a child that might also die. However, if Amari stayed here with the figure, this Empress, I'm now certain, she would live. She would have a constant source of vitae, and she would remain healthy, even if that health came from the suffering of countless others. Tassi refused the deal, and so the Empress cursed her and her group. She tells Tassi that she will soon become a monster, just like everyone else. She won't be able to take care of Amari anyway, even if there was some way for her to survive out in the outside world. She's made it impossible for Tassi to be with her own daughter out of her own personal desperation to have a child herself. We have three options we can choose from at the end of the game. None of them are very good. 1. We can choose to believe the Empress and leave Amari here with her. Amari will be safe, but completely separated from reality, stuck living in this terrifying other world we spent so much time trying to escape. If we make this choice, we become a monster, just as we were told, but manage to retain one piece of our humanity. Our sketchbook, the reminder we've been seeing in every loading screen of our tragic history and humanity. I consider this option a heartbreaking but loving option. We prioritize our daughter's safety over the ability to be with her, and as much as that hurts, I get it. Maybe it's better to know she's going to be okay, even if the system of torture continues, even if we gave the person who cursed and killed us and our friends exactly what she wanted. Maybe it's the right choice. 2. We can choose to ignore the Empress and leave with Amari. This ending is a bit of an unknown, but it poses real risks. It's possible that the Empress is lying about Amari dying young, just trying to prey on Tassi's fears, but even if that is the case, the transformation in Tassi has already started, and if she returns back to Paris like she does in this ending, there's no way of knowing if she'll complete the transformation and hurt Amari or someone else. It's also possible that the Empress isn't lying, and that taking Amari back to Paris would be a death sentence for her. It's a hard choice to make, but maybe it's better to spend what little time you have left with your daughter in your home, and not to allow her to become part of this terrifying system of torture. Maybe there's hope, but even if there isn't, maybe this is the better alternative. 3. We can choose to destroy this place. It requires a little more work, as we have to finish the work of the saboteurs who were here before us, but in doing this, we allow the Shadow to corrupt the Vitae system, killing all of the humans who've been being tortured for who knows how long. This causes the death of the Empress, but also results in Tassi and Amari's death, right then and there. This is the only option where you and your daughter's death is guaranteed, and considering the way I played, doesn't strike me as a choice Tassi would make. She already was willing to trade the lives of her compatriots for her daughters in a sense, so to me, it's unlikely that Tassi would make a choice that actively killed her baby. However, considering everything we've seen here, there would be a lot of bravery and honor in making a choice like this. Maybe Tassi learned something from her own situation. Maybe she realizes that, with no guaranteed option for safety otherwise, that taking these steps is the right thing to do, even if the thought of the consequence is horrifying in a way she couldn't even comprehend before. A lot of members of the community consider this the right ending. No matter what choice you make, the ending of Amnesia Rebirth is tragic. A happy ending in an Amnesia story is like a vegan in a butcher's shop. I guess I can conceptualize a reality where it happens, but it's unlikely and just doesn't make much sense considering the dynamic. I really like Tassi as a character, and I like how Amnesia was able to build on its own lore in a meaningful way and retain its most popular mechanics while still keeping things fresh and interesting. The setting, the personal dilemma, the tragedy, they flow together to create a deeply compelling and thought-provoking story. The title, Rebirth, in my eyes, references a couple things. First, it was the first Amnesia game to come out in a long time, and in the ways that it referenced the original source material, felt like a new iteration of the series, a new incarnation of a beloved idea. Of course, the title also references Tassi's history with Alice and the chance she had to try again with Amari. Rebirth also indicates transitioning into something new, so there's even an argument to be made that the title references the transition into a monster, both physically, like turning into the ghouls, and also emotionally/morally, like when Tassi decides to torture someone for her own benefit. If you chose to do that and also chose to read that moment as Tassi turning into a worse version of herself. I don't know, it's subjective.
I'm in a state of agony. It cripples my body, captures my mind, bleeds my soul. This thing I've done, this thing.
One of the simplest, and yet most universal human fears, is the fear of the dark. It's the kind of fear that doesn't take much work to understand. It's a primal sensation, a holdover from a time when we had to be that much more aware of threats stalking us in the night, a clear illustration of Lovecraft's famous quote about the fear of the unknown. The dark is scary, because it could be hiding anything from us. A dangerous predator, a malicious human, a terrifying monster. We don't know what's in that blackness, we just know that we need to be ready for it. There's an interesting situation that can occur, though, that flips this entire dynamic on its head. See, when we don't know what a shadowy hallway or tunnel holds, don't know if something is going to leap out at us from the dark, we're, for good reason, a little trepidatious about throwing ourselves into it. But imagine we had already encountered something dangerous, something that we could reasonably keep track of, but not fight. In that situation, where it's no longer about knowns and unknowns, but simply about survival, the dark starts to look a little more inviting. If something scary can hide in the dark from us, maybe we can hide in the dark from it. The human brain, or perhaps more accurately, the human mind, is, in the simplest of explanations, basically a decision-making device. There's a lot of other stuff that goes into it, and don't ask me how it all works because I don't know, but at the end of the day, the reason we're able to think and recognize patterns and assess situations is so that we can survive long enough to reproduce. When you decide to eat after feeling the sensation of hunger, you're avoiding starvation. When you flee from a dangerous situation, you're avoiding the potential for bodily harm. There's supposed to be a logic to human decision-making, and though it's a very human thing to make decisions that do not follow a consistent logical guideline, for the most part, this process has been how humanity and many other species have managed to stay alive for this long. Which brings me back to the fascinating situation in which a person would be guided by their senses to throw themselves into what, under normal circumstances, would be described as unsafe, or at least unknown. When a person walks into the very thing we've been primed since our species was born to avoid. When the fear of something else is more powerful than the fear of the dark. There's a name for that sensation. That one that appears when you get caught between a rock and a hard place. The one that forces you to face your fears or else. It's called desperation. And it's a lot scarier than the dark. Welcome, Boneheads, to the final entry into our series exploring the incredible Amnesia franchise. In our first 3 entries, we covered an ancient castle with an even more ancient individual living inside of it, a butcher whose bloody works expanded far beyond the scope of simple pigs, and a woman forced to make a horrible decision in an already horrible situation. If you haven't seen the first 3 videos in this series, I would recommend stopping and watching them now, because tonight's video is going to be a little different than the first 3. Amnesia, The Dark Descent, A Machine for Pigs, and Rebirth were all linear stories, intentionally scripted with a beginning, middle, and end that were meant to all come together to create a compelling and well-thought-out narrative. With few exceptions, every person who played these games was presented with more or less the same experience, the only primary variation being how many times you died. Every puzzle had a correct answer, every encounter was scripted to happen after a specific action had been made or location had been reached, and the most creative you could get was mostly in how you went about preserving your resources. I don't mean to imply that this is a bad thing. I think an intentionally designed experience that places a focus on delivering moments when they would be the most effective makes perfect sense for the design of a horror game. However, the game we'll be talking about tonight proves that these steps aren't a necessity for creating a terrifying experience. Amnesia: The Bunker was released on June 6th of 2023 by Frictional Games, making it the most recent release in this series. Interestingly, according to an interview with Frederick Olsen, an executive producer for Frictional, The Bunker originally started out as DLC for the previous game. Olsen commenting how, in a setting that was full of soldiers and partially tied to World War I, it felt odd that the main character didn't have a gun. The DLC was going to be an exploration of that concept mixed with a new, more open style of gameplay that featured a more nuanced and open-ended enemy AI. Eventually, it was realized that the style of gameplay this DLC was trying to capture was so distinctly different from the story the base game had established that it was agreed that the idea needed to be its own thing. Thus, The Bunker was born. A new type of Amnesia game, one where no longer were you shepherded by flesh and crumbling walls and circumstance in one linear direction, but instead had to use your brain and your resources to carve out your own path, to discover what route made the most sense for you, and the best way to survive an enemy that is, to be perfectly honest, way more competent at hunting you than anything else ever depicted in this series. I'll admit, one of the big reasons I started the series was because I wanted to talk about The Bunker, and I thought that having the context of the games that came before it would serve to show how impressive of an experience the game is. In the same breath, though, for as long as I've been working on this series, which is basically all summer, I've not been sure how to format this video. For the first 3, I was able to write my script around the specific written path of each game, making jokes and observations at about the same time anyone else would have encountered them in their own playthrough. However, as mentioned before, Amnesia: The Bunker is not linear, and 2 playthroughs, even by the same player, are going to look very different. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to talk about the game by following the quote-unquote intended progression, or to split it up by section, or just not structure it at all and talk about all the moments in a disorganized, chaotic mess. I decided, however, that since I've been bringing what you might call a personal touch to each of these stories, talking occasionally as though I am the character, I'm going to fucking kill you! And not simply a skeleton sitting behind a desk playing a game, that it actually made the most sense to present this game as I experienced it, at least in my most recent recorded playthrough. So, what you're about to watch, or hear depending on how you consume my content, is not a simple recounting of a playthrough of Amnesia: The Bunker, it's a recounting of my playthrough of Amnesia: The Bunker. This will include mistakes, wasted resources, inefficient movement, snap decisions, and close calls that are unique to my own experience. There may be a moment where you ask the screen, why in the world would he do that? And the fun part is, this time you're not asking it about Daniel or Mandus or Tossie, you're asking it about me. So, why don't we meet our protagonist and dive, one last time, into this terrifying reality. July 1916. Summer. Our game opens with a quote. To survive this war, you'll need 2 things. First, a basic set of skills. Second, the good goddamn sense to do whatever's necessary. I can teach you the first. The second is up to you. The person this is quoted to doesn't matter. A name I can't pronounce belonging to a general we'll never meet, but the sentiment itself, which obviously originally is meant to reference war, will become very meaningful to our experience very quickly here. But before we deal with that, Jesus fucking Christ! Maybe Mandus had the right idea after all. We open, literally, in the trenches. We're fighting in the Battle of the Somme, the actual battle that Mandus' children would have died in had he not sped run that particular achievement for them. We're a character named Henri Clement, and once again, Amnesia has not set in quite yet. The horror of the current situation is clear. It's a war, and a pretty big one at that, but so far, and we don't really get the chance to sit with it like in Rebirth, Henri's memories are intact. I don't know how much longer that'll be true, though, for my memories or for my body itself. I don't know how much you know about the Western Front, but wasn't exactly the safest place to be during this time. This opening section is a tutorial that tells us a couple interesting things. First of all, we have a weapon. Recording the footage for these videos basically constituted a week-long Amnesia marathon on my part, and you have no idea what it feels like to go through 3 games completely defenseless, then to be suddenly given a gun during the tutorial of the 4th. It's like crawling through the desert and then having a water bottle fall out of the sky and land right in front of you. It's not exactly salvation, but it's certainly a welcome sight. Bullets are limited and reloading is a very intentional process, but hey, it's something. We also learn more about the physics of this game. Throwing stuff at other stuff might cause one or both of those things to break. This was true occasionally in other games, but it's going to be a lot more relevant in this one. This is a very stressful tutorial. We hear gunfire and shouting in German all around us, and we just kind of have to deal with all that as we move forward. It would be insane to say that this is what the actual trenches felt like, because if I was a betting man, I'd say the actual trenches were probably a lot worse, but it certainly captures the energy of the setting rather effectively here. You feel instantly in danger, and the actual horror hasn't even started yet. It's a good hook. Speaking of danger... Ow! Did I just get shot in an Amnesia game? That's certainly new. Let me return the favor. That soldier up there, Lambert, clearly knows me. Looks like he's a friend of mine. He's helping me through the trenches. Look, I know what kind of game this is. I know friends and love and joy are just tools for heartbreak in these kinds of settings, and especially this one, but fuck, I'll take it for now. This is not a good place to be alone. We can tell how much damage we've taken by how bloody our hands are, which is kinda cool. We don't really have much of a UI in this game. Everything we need to check, stuff like our ammo, our health, and later our fuel, all has to be checked manually. We're still in the tutorial, which you might be surprised to hear is a little less intense timing-wise than the rest of the game, but this factor, having to spend a couple extra seconds to check on your progress, is going to be another stressful element of the game in the future. In a game where every second counts, taking the time to count bullets or assess your damage can end up costing you a lot. For now though, we need to learn how to heal. Not only is there a system in place for restoring health, but there's also some mild crafting. Good to know, because it's about to get real RE9 up in here, inventory slot-wise. Grenades. Man, this really is a different kind of game, huh? Some other tricks we learn. Exploration and looting is going to be arguably more important in this game than any of the others, to keep our gun loaded and our blood inside our body, among other things. We've also learned that there's more than one way to open a blocked or locked door. Heavy objects and explosions both seem to do the job, but one is clearly louder than the other. Not that either is particularly quiet. The last thing we learn is that gas is pretty bad for us, but I assume we already knew that. We get trapped in an area right as gas grenades are tossed in, and for a moment it looks like it's over for us already, until Lambert, that guy who was helping us earlier, shows up and puts a gas mask over our face. Man, this guy is the best. Honestly, there's no one I'd rather be trapped in the bunker with. We haven't quite reached that point yet, though. As this scene ends, and we head off toward safety with Lambert, we're shown a flashback, or maybe a flash forward, to another scene. Is this a moment before or after what we just experienced? We can't be sure at first. It's clear that a couple of soldiers, including myself and Lambert, are playing some kind of dice-based game. Henri, our character, appears to beat Lambert in the game, which means Lambert has to be on patrol that night. Huh. I shouldn't need to explain the pattern of these games at this point, but I'm pretty sure we're all waiting to see what kind of evil, or at least morally dubious thing, Henri is going to be responsible for. I wonder if this is it. If it might be that simple. There's no way to know right now, but we shouldn't ignore any information we're given, especially this early on into the game. After this scene, we find ourselves walking through a destroyed bit of nature, gun drawn, corpses around us on both sides, other young men gunned down in the mud. We don't know what we're doing here at first, until we encounter a large pit with a body at the bottom. Oh no. Is that Lambert? We scale down to reach him, fill a flask with water from the strange crater, and give some to Lambert, who is incredibly injured. How did you get down here? What is this place? It doesn't really matter. Clearly, whatever's happened here happened during Lambert's patrol, a patrol that could have been ours. We need to get Lambert out of here. We at least owe him that much. I can't imagine how difficult it is to haul a body out of a pit like this, but Henri manages it. With Lambert on our back, we start the trek back the way we came. But it's not long before we're discovered by German soldiers and the sounds of gunfire and shouting at our backs starting up again. Lambert tells us to leave him behind, but of course we're not going to do that. The situation is hopeless though. And after a moment of slowly fleeing, an explosion goes off at our feet, and we and Lambert both collapse to the ground. He doesn't look great as we fade into unconsciousness. And then, the actual game starts. We're given a warning. You are now on your own. Learn, adapt, experiment, and survive. Everything that I have just described will happen to every player the same way. It was all scripted, unavoidable. Everything that happens from here on out, though, is my fault. We wake up, breathless, in some kind of med bay. It's dark. We're alone. We don't know where we are or how we got here. Ah, there it is. Hello, memory loss, my old friend. Let's see what's waiting for us this time. A note we find at a nearby desk explains our lack of memory. We've been in a coma ever since that explosion. There's nothing in the note about Lambert, so we still have no idea what happened to him, but at least there's an explanation for why we woke up here. What we don't have an explanation for yet is where everyone else is. I guess we should go and look for someone. Oh, this place is really dark. We're definitely going to need a lantern or something here pretty soon. Oh, sweet. Ask and ye shall receive, I guess. And look, this thing gives us an infinite source of light. It doesn't last for super long, and cranking it makes a little bit of noise, but all things considered, this will be pretty handy to have around. The note we find it with, which appears to be a journal entry written by Henri, references him feeling overwhelmingly guilty about something he's done. Though, in classic Amnesia fashion, he conveniently leaves out what this something is. But hey, we saw this coming from a mile away. We'll make up our minds about how evil we are later. First things first, we should figure out where we are and what we should be doing. Yikes. What happened to this guy? Or these guys? It looks like they were burning bodies here. There's a little canister of oil next to them. Why would they do that? I don't think that's how they normally dealt with bodies during World War I, but there must have been some reason for it here. Big lock on this door. Gotta find a key. Oh, we're French. There were some clues about that earlier, but the flag is as good a confirmation as any. I can't help but notice that there are some sizable holes in the walls throughout this place. What could those be for? No time to think about that, though. I can hear somebody. They should be right around... Oof. You're not looking too good, pal. This heavily wounded soldier seems to recognize us. We must be in the same troop, squad, platoon. I won't pretend to know for sure. Whatever the case, he's on our side, and he gives us some pretty valuable information. Apparently, the two of us, and I guess anyone else who might still be down here, are trapped. Our officers apparently ran from something down here and collapsed the exit behind them, stranding the rest of the soldiers in this bunker. That's a pretty shitty thing to do. I imagine whatever happened to this guy has something to do with whatever scared them enough to betray their own men. To get back out, we'll need to blow the exit up. The soldier helpfully tells us that there's dynamite in the arsenal and a handle to trigger it in the excavation site. I don't know where either of those places are or what might be waiting in them, but at least it's something. What the hell was that? The soldier hands us his gun and asks us to finish him off. You want me to shoot you, man? Look, I don't know exactly what you've been dealing with down here, but it must have been pretty bad. Well, we have a gun again, but no bullets. There's apparently some ammo in the pantry, though. I feel kinda weird about doing this, but he asked for it, and clearly he's already in a pretty bad state, so I guess I'll do what he asked. He clearly considers it a mercy, so... Alright, man, I'm back. Are you ready to... Jesus Christ! Okay, so a couple things. One, I feel pretty bad that I wasn't able to mercy kill that soldier like he asked for. Seems like a pretty rough way to go. Two, I guess we know what the deal with those holes are now. We're definitely going to want to be cautious around those. And three, we should probably start looking for those tools the soldier mentioned. We clearly don't want to be down here for any longer than we have to be. The lights just went out. Is that something I need to be concerned about? I guess a bullet's a pretty good key. Pretty loud one, though. We should move. Alright, everybody, welcome to our safe room. Anytime we're in here, and very importantly, both the doors are locked, we're safe, and nothing can get in. There are a couple important things in this room that we'll be utilizing to survive through tonight's experience. This lamp hanging from the ceiling will be our actual save point. There will be some autosaves throughout our experience, but for the most part, we're going to be doing a lot of back and forth between the rest of the bunker and this room, and remembering to save before a particularly risky expedition is really important on the off chance that things don't go super well on that mission. I won't draw attention to it, but you might notice in my footage that I spam save like a motherfucker. I usually do it as soon as I enter the safe room as well as right before I leave. I just don't want to forget. Nearby there's also a map. It doesn't have much detail right now, but it updates as we move into each section and take on new objectives. For the time being, we can really only see details for the section we're in, which is called the Central Bunker. Since I don't know much about the rest of the space yet, it might be a good idea to explore the spaces that have already been charted first. We do know that one of the things we need is in the arsenal, though. Not quite sure where the excavation site is, but I'm sure we'll stumble upon it at some point. Beneath this map is a storage box. As mentioned before, we've got a very limited inventory right now, and we'll be doing a lot of back and forth, so having a place to store unneeded items is very important. At a certain point, we'll have to just start dropping stuff on the floor, but I like to keep my most valuable items in here when I'm not using them, just so I know exactly where they are. Down these stairs is a generator. This is one of the most valuable things in this room, because when it's filled with gas and switched on, it turns on all the lights around the bunker. Some of them will need to be manually switched on, but once they are, it makes movement a lot easier. It's not a complete safety net, but the thing we'll be dealing with during our game really doesn't like light, and if you can be at least mostly quiet while the lights are turned on, you'll be a lot less likely to draw its attention. The generator runs through gas quickly though, so you can use a little pocket watch to keep track of how much time you'll have left before things go dark. It takes up an inventory slot though, so in some situations, it might be worth it to just try to be quick and keep track in your head. This isn't in my script, but I'll be completely honest with you, you'll notice this in my footage, I don't use this pocket watch at all. It's just not worth the slot to me, but in your first playthrough, it becomes a lot more valuable. There's a note in this room explaining why they were burning bodies here. Apparently, it's because of rats, who are drawn to blood and dead flesh. Being trapped down here, and with no other way to store or dispose of bodies, apparently people just started burning them. They weren't happy about it, nor would I be, but I guess it's what had to happen. Guess we'll also be hanging with rats in this game. Probably more dead bodies, too. That's everything you need to know about in this room. I'll try to mention little habits I have regarding this place and how it relates to the rest of the space as they pop up, but for the time being, it's time to move on and see what we can find in this first central area. We need a code to open this door, but luckily it's written on the back of this dead soldier's dog tag. We'll be checking the backs of every dog tag we find for codes and other information that might help us. So, you may be wondering why I'm leaving the safe room without starting the generator. I'll be doing that a couple times during this playthrough, and I promise it's not forgetfulness. See, in my opinion, the three most valuable resources in this game are, in descending order of value, fuel, bullets, and bottles. The first two are self-explanatory. They are the best resources available for keeping you alive, and the value of the bottles will become clear a little later. This first area we're exploring is close enough to our safe room that if I encounter something spooky, it won't take me as long to make my way back towards safety, whereas later on, getting back to the safe room will take a lot longer and require a lot more strategy. So, in my book, the best option is to tackle the stuff that's closest in the dark and save our most valuable resources till I actually need them. For now, though, we should really see exactly what we're working with. Okay, first things first, here's the spot we need to blow. Again, pretty shitty for the officers to trap us in here. It sounds like we only need 2 ingredients to escape though, so that's at least a positive. Moving on. You can't tell now because the generator isn't on, but we'll be needing to pull these switches to turn on lights in certain sections. It's not the end of the world, but it means that in each new area we access, even if we have the generator turned on, we'll still have to be a little careful moving around. There's a dead rat in this vent. Gross. Hope you don't have to deal with any more rats. This room is really valuable. Most dead bodies you find have dog tags near them, and a few of them have codes on the back. Most of the codes unlock lockers in here, which hold not only resources for surviving, but a couple of necessary items for beating the game. We'll be returning to this location a lot. Good to have it unlocked as early as possible. One of my general rules down here is that when my inventory is full, it's time to stop exploring. In early game, it happens quickly and often, and usually it means returning to the safe room. Down the line, once I start exploring other areas, I like to find a small room I can drop my items in. That way, I can make the most of the generator all at once and stay in the zone. Then, at the end, once I'm pretty sure I won't be heading back, I do a couple quick trips transporting my items back and forth between that room and the safe room. It's a little riskier because it means I go for longer without saving, but if I manage to actually survive, it saves a lot of time and fuel. I probably won't mention it specifically when I'm doing it, but you may notice it in my footage a couple times. So, all the other sections of this bunker are on lockdown for some reason. Maybe it got triggered when the officers bailed, or maybe someone locked things down intentionally. Whatever the case, we need to turn this wheel to unlock everything. Easy enough, we just... Welp, that's a shame. Hopefully we can find a replacement somewhere. Sounds like good enough of a motivator to start looking in the officers' quarters. There's gotta be something for us there. Another thing you may notice in my footage during this video is that I'll frequently be moving heavier objects like barrels or crates to block off these holes in the walls. The monster stalking us down here moves primarily through the walls, and we can usually tell when he's nearby by listening to the sound of him scampering about. Every now and then, when I get too bold, too loud, or just make a mistake, the monster will lock onto my position and post up near a hole. You can see and hear his breath coming from the hole when he's there. A lot of the time, if you just hold still and wait, he'll get bored and move on, but sometimes this isn't an option, and that's where the blockades come in. If the monster tries to exit a hole that is blocked off, it'll bump up against it and get stopped in its tracks. To be perfectly honest, some of the most effective jump scares in this game are self-created, because you'll be walking down a hallway and suddenly a loud bang will sound right next to you, and not only will you jump, but you'll also be aware of the fact that the creature was about to be right on top of you. There's an extra element to this system that I especially love. Some barrels in this bunker are explosive, or have toxic gas in them. The first time the monster bumps up against a blockade, it usually stops and just sits there, making up its mind about what to do next. If you keep making noise in the area, though, or if the monster is just aggro enough, the second time it hits the blockade, whatever's in front of the hole will be destroyed. If it's just a regular wooden barrel or something like that, then nothing really happens and the monster comes out. However, and you might see where I'm going with this, say that the monster decided to break open an explosive barrel. Suddenly, the monster is taking major damage immediately upon entering the space, and in most cases, the damage will be so great that he'll turn right back around and hide in the walls for a few minutes. You'll see it when it happens, but in some cases, it's actually valuable to lure the monster out for this trick. One thing to be aware of, though, is that the more you damage the monster, the more aggressive it becomes, which makes sense, I guess. Also, real quick, we're going to be dealing with the monster a lot in this game, and it's going to get real old hearing me call him the monster, and the beast, and the creature over and over for however many minutes. When I streamed this game a little bit ago, which you can go watch on my channel if you'd like, my chat and I came up with a couple names for this character. We called him Bunker Boy and Groundhog, but the one that ended up sticking with me, and that I weirdly still refer to this character as in my head, was Tim.
Oh, it's because Tim was being Tim. Classic Tim.
I genuinely can't recall where the name came from, but for the time being, unless anything changes, I'll be referring to the monster as Tim. Look, we're still in the early game, so it's as good a time as any to explain all these little tricks and strategies. I played this game in its entirety about 4 times in 1 month as prep for this video, and it created this demon inside me that has to explain everything I figured out. I think it's better to do it now so we don't break the flow of things later. Speaking of breaking the flow, we were about to start exploring the officers' quarters. Let's do that. Oh, there's that scrambling I was talking about. Tim's on the move. It's good that these doors have locks on them. Would this be safer with the Jenny on? Absolutely. Am I going to turn it on? No, I already explained that. Keep up. Nothing too crazy in these first couple rooms. We learn that there's a German soldier being held in the prison area, or there was, at least. I don't feel too great about that guy's chances, but I guess we'll find out about that later. We also find out about some old tunnels that were discovered near the bunker. I wonder if that's the excavation site we need to get to. It's apparently right off the storage area, which sounds like it could also be referring to the arsenal. Sweet! Sounds like everything we need is all in one place. Easy peasy. Okay, next up is Blanchett's room. Oh, fuck! Why was that door booby-trapped? Okay, not only did the trap burn me, but it's also super loud, which means Tim has a much better idea of where we're hanging out now. Awesome! I'm just gonna hang out under this table until that fire goes out. Okay, we're still fine. That could have been a lot worse. I could use some healing, but at least I'm alive. And there's barely anything valuable in here. Amazing. Alright, let's cut our losses and head back to the safe room. I don't like walking around while injured, for more reasons than you might initially be thinking. Not only does it simply put me at greater risk, but when you're injured, you also bleed, and we already learned about something attracted to blood. Definitely not interested in dealing with that. Bandages. They heal anything and everything, I guess. This universe's version of gloop juice. Back into the dark. I already found a couple fuel containers and I've wasted none of them. Everything is still going according to plan. Kinda. Oh, dude, nice! More inventory slots. The more of these we have, the more dangerous we become. Still pretty limited right now, but having more empty slots also means we can stay out for longer. Pretty drawings. Oh, dude saw glowing in the tunnels? Some kind of sickly light beckoning to him? That doesn't sound familiar at all, and I trust that whatever's down there has nothing to do with my current situation. Oh, man, I didn't even see you there. Looks like somebody lost an argument with Tim. Doesn't seem like a fun way to go. This will not be the last body we find in this state. Found a code, though. We'll check on that in a second. Is Tim the most brutal Amnesia antagonist we've ever encountered? We've seen some terrible things in this series, but Tim has been butchering people down here. You could argue that Alexander is worse with the intentionality of his torture, but nothing has been as physically aggressive as Tim. I guess it depends on what metric you use. There's a door locked down here that I would very much like to open. Anything is a key if you throw it hard enough. Apparently, a couple of soldiers committed some kind of treason in the tunnels, some sort of sabotage. It probably didn't work just based on, the whole vibe down here, but hey, I appreciate the attempt. Probably the smartest thing you can do in these games is just rebury any weird underground places you discover. Alright, that's about everything there is to find in this section. I guess we should go try out that code we found. Oh, thank God. Alright, we can get everything opened up now. Looks like just about everything we need is going to be in the arsenal, so let's head over there and grab them. Huh, and to think, we don't even need to explore any of the other sections. Alright, turning on the generator for the first time. Moving around is going to be a lot easier now, and we've got plenty more fuel if it uses up too much. Alright, arsenal is just out the door and to the left. Let's go! Well, I've immediately encountered an obstacle. Looks like the tunnel path is down here, but the access point is all chained up. Guess we gotta find something to open the door with. Shoot. Alright, well, maybe we can at least get to the dynamite. Damn it, the door's locked! Fuck! Okay, so it wasn't as easy as I was hoping it was gonna be, but we're not stuck quite yet. I found this note from a guy called Rebirth, who is apparently one of the people who made it out of the bunker before the exit was blocked. He says he'll be transmitting the code to the arsenal on a radio in the communications room, which is somewhere in the soldiers' quarters. It's a bit of a detour, but all we need to get back on track, so that's where I'm headed now. I'm moving light right now, trying to keep my inventory open. I assume there's going to be plenty of resources to pick up here, and the less I have on me, the better. It could be valuable to bring along some meat just in case I need to distract something. But otherwise, I'm hoping to bring back a lot of fresh supplies as well as the code I need. Alright, so apparently to power the communications room, I need to switch on a couple breakers around this area. Great. I guess that'll give me the opportunity to pick up some more resources, but it also means I'm gonna have to spend more time here than I was planning. Nothing to do but start searching, I guess. Oh, and the communications room is locked too. Even if I do get all the switches flipped, it won't matter unless I find that key. It's probably in the security office, but we're gonna go deal with one problem at a time. Right now, I'm just gonna look around and see what I can find in here. I found another one of my own journal entries down here. Whatever I was so guilty about has clearly been weighing on me, because in this entry, I was clearly so consumed by guilt that I decided I had to do something about it, even if it cost me my life. What did I do, though? And was it something I was capable of taking back? Is that what I was talking about in this note? I'm not sure, but if I'm responsible for creating this situation, then I must have done something truly awful. Can't wait to find out what it was. We also found the code to our own locker. Nice, we'll check on that later. Oh hey, it's Lambert. Looks like he's in Paris with his wife and kid. Oh man, I totally forgot about him. I wonder if he's alright. I'd be shocked if he was, but I can hope at least. It seems like we were pretty good friends. I get the feeling that whatever happened to him, it can't be good. Ugh, rats. I knew it was a good idea to bring this meat with me. I definitely don't want to deal with them up close. Alright, I'm just gonna mosey on past. Shit! Once again, that was loud and it hurt. Tim's clearly on the move. I just need to find a good place to... Jesus Christ! I have got to move more carefully than that. Are you kidding me? I'm lucky Tim didn't kill me right then and there. Well, at least it looks like he opened the door for me. That's something. There's another inventory expansion item in here, so I guess the chaos was worth it. There's a ton of different rooms full of resources here, and the back and forth is going to get pretty annoying, so maybe it's time to come up with a new plan. Huh. There's an explosive barrel in here. It's not exactly in the most convenient place, but I have an idea. God, moving this thing makes a lot of noise. This better work. My path is blocked by a gas trap, and I don't have the tools necessary to remove it, so... Okay, we'll give that a little time to clear. Fucking... Ugh. What did I tell ya? Okay, back to my genius plan. Just gonna set you up right here. Good. Now, let's make a ton of noise and see if Tim decides to investigate. Oh, looks like he bumped it. Now he's... The moment I turn my back. You get your terrifying ass back in that hole, Buster. All right, the plan worked. Not only do we get a few minutes away from Tim, but we also managed to blow open the door to a room I wanted to get into. There's a more detailed map in here, which causes our safe room map to update, and this is also going to be the room where I deposit my resources for the rest of my time in this section. Now I don't have to run back to the safe room every time the inventory gets full. Thanks, Tim. Everybody say, thanks, Tim. One thing I hope this video makes clear is that there's a time for a quiet approach and a time for not that. I don't have to shoot this lock, I can actually throw something heavy at it. That's the quiet approach. On the other hand, I really need this security door open, and I have a grenade, so... The not quiet approach. Oh man, I thought putting the meat up on the table would make it so the rats couldn't get to it, but now I've just got a bunch of elevated rats. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. All right, security office. I'm pretty sure I got all the switches flipped. Now Where's the key? It's on someone's bed? In the room I just made a ton of loud noises in off screen? Okay, cool. Serves me right for thinking a single item would be in the place it was supposed to be. As much as I don't like these rats, they are a valuable tool to let me know when Tim is nearby, because they like him just about as much as I do. So while I definitely don't enjoy the visual of a bunch of rats sprinting in my direction, I can at least avoid the area they were running from. Well, in some cases. That's actually exactly where I need to go. Okay, found the key. If we can get the code from communications, we might be able to leave this area for good. Boom!
To anyone left, the code is 8225.
Awesome! Okay, we got it. By the way, you should know that all the codes are randomized each playthrough, so it's not like I can just memorize this for my next go-round. Where would be the fun in that? Since we're leaving, we can take the time to transfer our resources to the safe room now. No need to keep the generator on. This is all easy enough. Fuck me! I can't see you, motherfucker, but I can hear you. Holy shit, I cannot believe that worked. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it, god damn it!
Yeah, Connor, that makes perfect sense. It's totally worth it to save a few drops of fuel. Don't worry about it.
I fear I am not a very powerful strategist. All right, we're back on track. Still don't know how to get to the tunnels, but the arsenal should be available for real this time. Before we hit the arsenal, we should check mission storage and see what these new codes we've got can do for us. All right, some more fuel, that's always nice. Oh, a gas mask. That could be handy, hypothetically, but I'm gonna be real with you right now, again, I don't use it at all during this playthrough. It's actually a pretty handy tool for what we're gonna be doing next, but I just didn't end up needing it. Oh well, that's the beauty of this game. You get to decide how you want to play. We find 2 more bullets in our locker, hell yeah, and also a very interesting note. Remember earlier when we heard that little scene between Henri and Lambert when they were playing dice? Well, this note gives that scene a little more context. Apparently, one of the 2 of us was supposed to go on patrol, that much we already knew. We decided to play a dice game to decide who would be going. What Henri says in this journal, though, is that basically, he cheated. He used a sort of sleight of hand to ensure that he won, and that Lambert would be the one who went out on patrol. Hearing this, a couple of things click into place. Henri's guilt is probably in reference to Lambert not returning from his patrol. If Henri had won by actual chance, he might still be guilty, but now knowing that he intentionally put Lambert out there, the thing that was eating him alive is more clear now. When he made up his mind that he had to go do something, that something was probably the rescue we saw at the beginning of the game. Now, I can see why Henri is guilty, but he, in my book at least, made up for it. He went back for Lambert and somehow managed to survive. I guess we still don't really know where Lambert is, but I don't think what Henri did is all that bad. A little cowardly, perhaps, but he clearly didn't expect for things to go as bad as they did for Lambert. Is that it? Usually the reveals in these games come a little later and are a little more dramatic. Henri just made a minor selfish move that, when he realized the consequences, he did everything in his power to fix. I was pretty forgiving towards Tassi in our last video considering the circumstances, but this is way less complicated. If Lambert's still alive somehow, which again, I do doubt, then Henri's just about made up for everything. Unless I'm missing something. But hey, we can't sit around theorizing, not while Tim is skulking about. Let's go unlock the arsenal. Now, a fun little behind-the-scenes look for all of you. The footage you're seeing on screen for this section of the game is actually the second time I did all this. See, I basically nailed this section on my first go-round. Then, right at the end there, Henri somehow no-clipped out of reality and fucked up all my progress. I guess he saw backrooms and thought maybe there was an opportunity for escape there. No dice, I'm afraid. So we're all just gonna pretend that this is the first time I've done this, and if it looks like I'm moving super confidently or like I know where every item is, it's because I'm really cool and like good at games. Whoa, what is this place? I've never been here before. I sure hope I can find the dynamite in here somewhere, like maybe by walking all the way to the back and then hooking left and jumping over a table and around some barrels and through a metal doorway. Or something. I'm just spitballing. There are a lot of tripwires in this room, and also a lot of explosive traps to be set, which is why I'm being a bit more intentionally loud in here. I kind of want Tim to start smashing around. Not only will it damage him and get him off my ass for another second, but it'll also clear the path for me a lot. He's not really taking the bait though, so let's get a little louder. I don't know if that really helped in any way, but at least the rats aren't there anymore. Small victories. Speaking of which, another inventory slot, kind of playing with fire right now. I know Tim is in the area, but I'm already so close to the dynamite, so I just kind of want to— consequences of my actions! You may have noticed, but lights flicker when Tim is around. It's probably meant to add to the intensity of the situation, but it's also a great indicator of where Tim is in general when he's walking around looking for us. That, and his incredibly loud grunts and footsteps. See, this is the kind of destruction I was hoping for. This makes moving around way faster. I get really scared moving explosive barrels in front of holes that I know Tim is hiding in. Even if he doesn't enjoy it, Tim is capable of tanking an explosion. I don't think I am, though. Worked out in my favor that time, though. All right, dynamite acquired. That's half of the ingredients we needed to get out of here. The question now is, how do I get into the tunnels? The door is still locked, and I haven't naturally stumbled across anything that I could use to get it open. So now we're gonna have to do a little searching. No quest marker here, we just have to kind of guess and check. This place is, as expected, turning into a bit of a mess. This is what happens when you prioritize gathering resources over beating the game quickly. Whatever, I'm not gonna bother trying to clean it up. What would be the point in that? It makes the most sense to me that I could find something in maintenance, so that'll be our next area. Oh, great. More rats. Oh, whoops. Okay, that could have been a problem, but I guess we're fine. These guys are right in the way of our path in and out of maintenance, meaning we'll have to deal with them anytime we move to or from the safe room. Luckily, we've already learned how to deal with rats. We just have to burn the bodies they're being drawn to, so, yeet. Alright, that was loud, so let's let the fire do its thing and come back when it's out. Alright, the fire's out. Good, now we can just— Are you kidding me? Genuinely, who are all of these booby traps for? Tim? I guess that makes more sense than anything, but I feel like their placement has affected me a lot more than him. My booby traps, on the other hand, are great. Despite the horror, it's kind of funny when you're doing your own thing and suddenly hear an explosion from somewhere else in the bunker. Makes Tim seem a little dumber, a little goofier. Cool, man, thanks. Okay, we got Gerard's? For the record, I have not looked up how to pronounce a lot of these French names. I'm just kind of taking swings at them. Enjoy that, I guess. Okay, we got Gerard's locker code. Travers too. Cool. When we find the time, we'll go see what they had and if any of it will be helpful at all. Jesus, God, maintenance has clearly become Rat City. We've got to find a better way to deal with these rodents. This tunnel is absolutely packed with dead bodies, which also means it's packed with hungry vermin. I think some more burning will be necessary. I can do some now, but it's slow and a pretty inefficient use of resources, and you know how much I prioritize my resources by now. All right, let's take a second and go investigate those lockers now. Moving in the dark again. Spooky. Oh, nice. Gerard had a lighter. I'll be able to set things on fire a lot more easily now. It's a pyromaniac's dream come true. The actual handy thing now is that we can make torches to shoo away the rats, and while they're gone, we can burn the rest of the bodies in this tunnel and make sure they don't come back. Huh. I'm not sure what a pillbox is, but the door to access it is locked. Apparently, someone named Father DeRai had the key. I think I saw there was a chapel on the map. That seems like a good place to look for him. Or for his body, at least. Fun tip. Tim doesn't seem to be capable of walking under this bar, which means that when you go under it, Tim will enter a hole on his side of the bar and emerge out of one on the other side. He sees you and knows where you are, but you have more than enough time to duck under the bar every time he emerges, meaning you can ping-pong him back and forth while he tries to figure out how to kill you. There's not really a huge amount of utility to this, and it is a waste of fuel if your Jenny is on, which it is, but it feels kinda nice to have some power over Tim. Finally. Okay, found the chapel. Finally, I can get some worship in. I just have been dying to talk to my main man. Jesus Christ. There are more bodies in this room than we've seen together the entire game. This is by far the most visually upsetting location in this bunker. It kinda seems like Tim lives here? Like this is his nest. If that's the case, then I really don't want to be in here right now. Let's see if we can find the key and get out. Oh, hey, Father. I'm just gonna borrow that. You're probably not using it. Make some room, will ya? Huh. Every other time I've played this game, Tim has walked into the chapel after I picked up the key, but he didn't for some reason this time. I think I may have booby-trapped the hole he would have normally emerged from. I cannot overstate how valuable this compulsion is. It protects you without you even knowing about it. So, fuel storage definitely seems like a room worth investigating. Holy shit, it's an infinite fuel source. We'll be coming back here for sure, but first maybe we should go and see what was in that pillbox area. Hopefully it's something that can help me break chains. Okay, how I got here is not important, but I've accidentally gotten myself cornered in the chapel. I'd go and hide in the confession booth, but Tim is literally right down this hallway and would definitely see me moving. But I have this lighter now, as well as an infinite fuel source, so... Well, that worked pretty well. I did inadvertently trap myself in here for the time being, though. Guess we just have to wait for the fire to go out. Okay, there we go. It's possible that I'm having too much fun setting things on fire. I guess I'm just excited to have any kind of power in one of these games. Alright, let's see what this pillbox place is about. It's basically the last place we haven't explored here, so there has to be something valuable in there. The room next to it is locked, so I'll use this suspiciously grenade-shaped key on the door and go hide in the other room while I wait for that situation to resolve itself. Sounds like it resolved itself. Alright, nothing crazy in here. Let's go see what's up that ladder. Oh my god, daylight. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can fit through that slot in the wall. Something tells me that's a bad idea, however. Not much else around here. Another locker code. I guess that's it for my exploration. Nothing to break a chain up here. We will never break the chain. I guess there is still one other area to look at, but before we do that, there are a couple other things I think we should do. I think Tim is hiding in that hole right now. I want to try something. Tim? You exploded in there? Well, probably not, but I'm glad I did it anyway. Not sure if you picked up on this, but you know how I've been hoarding empty bottles like a madman? Well, it's because I was waiting to have access to the fuel storage room. Now that we've picked up everything we need from that area, I'm going to take a couple trips back and forth and gather as much fuel as I am physically capable of gathering. Spoiler alert, I ended this game with enough fuel to probably keep the generator going for another complete run. Better safe than sorry though, right? Why is there a hole in the safe room? I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Another minor spoiler alert, this hole is a red herring on regular difficulty mode, which, for the record, is the mode I was playing when I recorded this footage. If you're playing on shell shock mode, though, a much more brutal and randomized difficulty, Tim can break into your safe room, which is, frankly, some bullshit, but hey, you know what? You get what you pay for. Alright, there's some kind of wrench thing in Stafford's locker. It's not going to help me break into the tunnels, but something tells me it'll help me with something. I guess at this point, there's only one place left to check. Okay, look, I know I'm already in a terrifying bunker, but there's something extra concerning about being in a prison in a terrifying bunker. Maybe it's a bit of a hat on a hat horror-wise, but, you know, it works. This area actually looks pretty small. It shouldn't take too long to... Is someone talking down here? Is that... German? Oh shit, that guy we read about a while ago. Dude, you're still alive? Guess in a weird, fucked up, backwards way, they kinda saved your life by putting you in this cell. I can't help but notice those bolt cutters right next to you, though. You probably didn't have a super pleasant experience with those. Why don't I figure out how to get those out of your way? Tim, I'm busy right now, fuck off! So, look, taking a brief look around all these other cells, I'm concerned that if I start opening gates back here, it's gonna make a lot of sound and lure Tim here. Normally that wouldn't be a problem. I could just open the cells, then hide somewhere and wait for Tim to get bored of looking for me. However, our German friend here would be pretty exposed to Tim, and even though I know he's my enemy, it just feels cruel feeding him to a monster like that. So, let's see what we can do about this situation. Okay, this is the closest hole to all the other cells. It's gotta be where Tim comes out of. If I can be fast enough, maybe I can trigger the cell door, run in and grab the cutters, then run back to shut the door again while Tim deals with the explosion. It's risky, but hey, if it works, I'll have done a good deed. Kind of, and if it doesn't, well, I tried my best. Might as well plug up this hole too. Don't want Tim to come at me from the other side while I'm grabbing the bolt cutters. Man, I'm a good strategist. I knew there was going to be some use for this thing. All right, let's do this. I'm just going to start with the prisoner's cell first. I'll deal with the rest later. Okay, I got the cutters and... Well, Tim found the first explosive barrel. Gotta keep a move on. Shit. Oh. Okay, I guess he's leaving me alone. Works for me. Frankly, that went about as well as I could have hoped, and I was still able to keep the prisoner alive. I mean, it's not like I'm saving his life, really. In all likelihood, he'll end up dying of thirst down here. It's not like this place is super accessible. Frankly, it might have been more merciful to let Tim have him, or to spend a bullet on him, but I kinda need those. At least he didn't get torn apart. Like I said a second ago, this is a pretty small area, so it shouldn't take too long to clear this place of anything else we might need. We have the bolt cutters now, which means we can finally get the last piece of equipment we need to get out of here. Let's just make sure we're ready. I kinda get the impression that we're gonna have to deal with a little more bullshit before we get out of here. Come on, Tim, I'm only gonna get to do this so many more times. Why don't you come out and embarrass yourself again? There you go, good boy. All right, it's time. Not really sure what to expect down here, so I'm just gonna make sure I've got the necessary supplies and plenty of fuel in the generator. We've lived through enough Amnesia games to know that there's gonna be something waiting for us down there. Another monster, an alien life form, evidence of us killing a bunch of people. Who knows? Only one way to find out. To that point, if you're sensing that we're nearing the end of things, or if you cheated by looking at the progress bar, your instincts are correct. Our time here is almost up, and still, I can't help but feel that Henri has been given a pretty raw deal. He's not being actively shamed by himself or a crew of his peers or by an extra-dimensional shadow, so I suppose our focus hasn't been on his hypothetical sin during this experience, but we know what these games are about. Forcing someone who's done something morally questionable at best to endure terrifying trials as a form of punishment or recompense. Does Henri really deserve everything that has happened to him? Look, I'll tell you right now, I don't think he does. He just made a mistake. Unless we learn something new pretty soon, this all seems pretty unfair. Maybe that's the point, though. Maybe sometimes bad things happen to good, or at least morally neutral people. Maybe. Anyway, here we are. Let's find that thing. Damn, this place is all filled with water. That would have made moving around pretty difficult. Luckily, they already had a pump set up for this. I just need to power it up. Easy peasy. Huh. A save point down here. That's unexpected and concerning. The eyes on the table don't help. There's a note down here by Toussaint. It says a lot, but I'll paraphrase. He basically went crazy. Something down here in these Roman tunnels got inside Toussaint's head. I wonder what happened to him. Probably pretty hard to move around or defend yourself without eyes, because I assume the ones on the table are his. Probably don't need to worry about him popping up. There it is. Just gotta make my way down there. Huh. That's kind of familiar looking. Probably not to Henri, but to us at least. Something otherworldly is happening in these tunnels. I may have been wrong about that Toussaint thing. I'm beginning to hear some creepy singing down here, and I would be shocked if it was coming from Tim. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any scampering in the walls down here. I wonder if this place is even accessible to Tim. Be pretty cool if it wasn't, though it likely wouldn't convince me to stay down here for very long. This place is messing with my head. I feel like I keep seeing figures in the fog. That and the singing makes this a rather unpleasant place for us to be. Listen, man, I don't know exactly what you've got going on down here, but I'm trying to escape this place. Maybe if we work together, we can go— Fucking A! Ow! I guess I was wrong about the missing eye thing. He seems pretty goddamn capable. Okay, I kept that German alive, but I'm not quite certain I'm going to be able to do the same thing for you, buddy. I wish I remembered you so I could mourn you better, but this is where we're at right now. At least it was quick. Pretty solid shot, all things considered. All right, I got it. I fucking got it. We can finally get out of this place. Yes! I'm so Huh. There's like a little hole in the wall over there, but not one of Tim's. It's like I can see light coming from it. Jesus, I'm out. I guess not really. There'd be no way to climb out, but hold on. This place is pretty familiar. Is this the pit I found Lambert in? It must be. His dog tag is down here, along with that stuffed rabbit he mentioned in a note at one point. I didn't realize this place was so close to the tunnels. Wait a second. That water. Is that the water I gave Lambert? Huh. Oh, no. I think I get it now. Fuck! I knew there was something I was missing. Look, if you've been paying attention to the overall story of these games, you probably can already guess what I just figured out, but... Well, we just got the code to Lambert's locker. I think the truth about our situation has just been waiting for us to unlock it this entire time. Just hold on a little longer. I'll explain everything. God damn it, it was an accident. How could I have known? How could I have known this would happen? I was just trying to do the right thing. I was trying to help. Fuck! Please tell me I'm wrong. Tell me it's a coincidence. Tell me his body just got so destroyed that I'll never find it and that he's not... God, what have I done? No. It's true. Everything that's happened, it's my fault. It wasn't on purpose, but it's true. Let me explain. Remember in Amnesia Rebirth, when the Empress pretended to save Tassi and her group by giving them tainted water? How it turned them all into violent, terrifying creatures who lost themselves and tore each other apart? Well, when they originally found the tunnels down here, there wasn't a monster waiting for them. At least, not in the way we're assuming. It was just tunnels and a spot of madness. Maybe they were predisposed to madness, who knows. But when Lambert went out that night, after I cheated at dice, he must have fallen into a section of those tunnels that were very clearly otherworldly in that very specific amnesia sense. Even this wasn't necessarily a death sentence, not for all of us at least, likely just Lambert, but I, Henri, in my guilt, just had to go out and look for him. And when I found him, I gave him that water from the bottom of the pit, that same otherworldly water that the Empress used... Well, in the future, I guess. This game is earlier in the timeline. Whatever the case, that was the real mistake. That was the moment I doomed us. How was it that Lambert was able to recover so quickly, was able to pick me up and carry me to safety after a terrible leg injury and being rocked by an explosion? How did Tim manage to get into the bunker in the first place? Why haven't I found Lambert's body? It's funny. We've been calling the thing Tim because I thought the monster down here needed a name. Little did I know, he's had a name the whole time. And it's not Tim, or Groundhog, or Bunker Boy. It's Lambert. The thing that killed all of us, that terrorized this bunker, is Lambert. And I'm the reason he's here. I knew I was missing something. For the record, I still think that Henri deserves some forgiveness for his actions. This is the least direct role an Amnesia protagonist has played in getting innocent people killed. I understand his guilt, and there's probably some lesson here about not cheating or being brave or something like that. But really, how could Henri have known that this was going to happen? How could he have even known something like this was possible? He couldn't have. It's just bad luck. He might have won the dice game, but fate has a funny way of happening regardless of what you do to stop it. Still, not a pleasant thing to realize. But it's done. It already happened. We can't save anyone. So let's get out of this place. Huh. You know, this safe room has kind of grown on me. Sort of weird that this is the last time we'll be in here. I doubt I'll miss it, though. Dynamite goes here. Handle goes here. Bye, Tim. I mean, Lambert. Sorry for everything. Well, that wasn't really what I was hoping for. I wanted to go forward, not down. Not really sure I have another option, though. Whoa. This place is crazy. I was not expecting all of this to be down here. Guess I'd better try to make it to the other side. Of course. Lambert's down here, too. Just couldn't make it easy for me, could you, buddy? Alright, fine. Let's end this. Amnesia the Bunker has 2 endings, and they're not very different. Really, the only significant choice you have to make in this game is made in the last couple minutes, and you're not really led in one direction or another. On the other side of this room is our escape, but obviously Lambert is going to try to kill us before we can reach it. The final confrontation can end one of 2 ways, with Henri managing to dodge Lambert and making it to the edge with Lambert in pursuit, or with Henri finding a way to destroy a platform beneath Lambert, sending him coning down into the dark. No matter what happens, Henri experiences the same ending, so it really has to do with what you think is right, alongside with what you're prepared to deal with. That rabbit we found in the pit does a good job of distracting Lambert, which you can use to either sprint past him or hold him in place while you get ready to kill him. I'll be perfectly honest. I think the right option is to kill him. I doubt Lambert, if any of him is still left in there, enjoys being what he's become, and putting him out of his misery just seems like the right thing to do, a version of taking responsibility. He should have died in that pit, and as much as it might hurt to do it, you're making things right by correcting your mistake. This war has been hell for everyone. Death happens every day, but rarely does it feel like mercy. I think Henri wanted to do the right thing when he turned Lambert into this monster in the first place, and now the right thing to do is free him. I'll also be honest and say that killing Lambert is the way easier of the 2 options. It's not hard to get Lambert on one of the many wooden platforms around this final area and blow them up with a grenade, especially if you're using the rabbit. If you choose to spare him, which some people might prefer, you have to spend a lot more time running around and blocking him from getting to you while you drag crates in such a way that you can leap over the railing. It's up to you, and I obviously did both to get my footage, but I know what choice I would make in real life. Whatever you choose to do, eventually we reach a set of stairs, climb up them, threatened either by a still pursuing Lambert or a crumbling cavern, make our way through one more tight tunnel, and finally... Oh, shit! Oh! Ow! Oh! God damn it! Fuck! Fuck! We're outside. I can't believe it. We did it! If you chose to spare Lambert, you'll see him run out of the same exit we just left before getting distracted by the whole world, I guess. Great. Love that we exposed humanity to something like that. If you killed him, well, nothing comes out, obviously. It seems like the soldiers who escaped this bunker didn't get very far. Not sure if it serves them right or not, and really, I don't have time to ponder it. The very last thing you hear before the end of Amnesia the Bunker is the sound of German soldiers approaching your position. After everything Henri just went through, all the pains and horrors he had to endure, his reward for surviving that experience is a reminder that he's still in the middle of a war zone. Lambert wasn't the only threat out here, he was just the only threat that could get to us. Now that we're out, we're not really any better off. We don't know what happens to Henri when the Germans reach him. The game cuts to black before we get to that point. But we know it can't be good. It never is. You get to see your stats once you beat Amnesia the Bunker, and in case you were wondering, here are mine for the playthrough I used for this video. I died twice. Once in the prison because I got a little too bold, and once at the end because I was trying to get interesting and exciting footage of the final confrontation. Well, here we are. We finally made it. What does the Amnesia series teach us? What does it have to say? Well, like most pieces of art, which I do consider this series in its entirety with no exception, you can get just about anything out of it depending on who you are. So, let me tell you some of the conclusions that I've reached about it. I think a general underlying theme of this series is an endorsement of personal responsibility. In just about every game, as I lay out in every video, we're presented with a terrible situation, told we have something to do with it, and spend our conclusion coming to terms with what we've done, for better or for worse. It's interesting how simply removing a person from the memory of their own choices for a moment can create a version of themselves later that is diametrically opposed to their own actions, often because they become a victim of them in the same way so many others did without the experience of amnesia. I think it's interesting that as the series went on, the developers started playing around with the nuance of these situations. It's very easy to hate Daniel. It's a lot harder to hate Tassi or Henri. I also think that another big theme in these games is desperation. You all read the title of this video. I think The Bunker encapsulates this in a much more visceral way than a lot of the other titles, but the idea that a person will do insane things when pushed to by circumstance plays a part in every game. Daniel was desperate to live, so he killed. Mandis was desperate to save, so he destroyed. Tassi was desperate for a second chance, so she stole everyone else's. And Henri was desperate to fix his mistake, so he made another one. The moralities of these characters definitely vary, however, their willingness to do the unexpected, the unsafe, and the unclear is shared. One underlying theme, not necessarily presented by the series through its narratives, but rather in how you feel when they all end, is the question of forgiveness, and how much a person deserves, or maybe more accurately, how much you're willing to give to a person depending on what they've done. Would you forgive Daniel if you were one of his victims? Probably not. Would you forgive Tassi if you were on her team? Well, it depends on who you were. It's kind of hard to say as a bunch of people just playing or watching a game because we don't experience the pain, the true terror, the tragedy, and heartbreak, but games like these are vehicles for exposing us to at least a portion of that experience. How much can a person do to you, even under the most insane of circumstances, before you're no longer capable of seeing things from their point of view? Memory is a funny thing. It's one of the first things I mentioned when I started the series. Memory makes us who we are. Without it, we'd just be these primal things, moving around and bumping into each other, getting into fights, hurting each other and ourselves, incapable of learning from our experiences. I didn't expect, when I first picked up The Dark Descent, that I would leave these games and now this series with a greater understanding of what it means to be a human. Each of these games, despite what one person or another might tell you, are incredible, unique journeys that have different things to say. The feeling I got in the pit of my stomach when I realized what Daniel had done will stick with me forever. The suspicion I felt while searching for my children as Mandis will linger in my mind the next time I find myself looking for something or someone I care about. The unfairness of Tassi's suffering will sting beneath my skin every time someone defends their actions by talking about the greater good, and the sound of Lambert's footsteps as he looks for Henri will echo through the blackness every time I find myself in a dark, unknown space. The things that they all forgot, I'll remember forever. Thanks for watching, Boneheads.